Sodom is still in these places, but they coming home back into Jerusalem unto this day.
Well, can I just bring one thing about that? So if it was literal Egypt, but yet you just brought a scripture out that they're not physically in Egypt anymore, wouldn't they still be in the same condition as the curses suggested? Not just in those places, but everywhere. So how could it be that curse still is on the people until they get, until they're renewed through Christ? And how is it that they're still being persecuted, but saying like they're out of spiritual bondage, being Christ made free? But how is it that scripture holds weight, but then you negate that by saying because they did at times go into literal Egypt that there's not going to be in spiritual bondage when they're dispersed.
Right. So when they went to Babylon, God didn't say in that text that was called Egypt. So why is it when you get to that spiritual Egypt right there? So just in that case, every place that they go when they go into bondage, that's Egypt.
Spiritually, amen. Spiritual.
That's not what
yes.
It's not even
because they were always.
Listen, brother. It's one text in the Bible of a place to start spiritual Egypt, and it tells you that. Anything else you insinuate, because that one text, that's what it is. It's in Revelation chapter 11, where Jerusalem, where Christ was crucified at, is called spiritual Egypt, and also Sodom, because the whoredoms and also homosexuality is going to be going on there. But for the most part, when you start looking at that's called it's interpreted itself. Nobody needs an interpretation on it. It's interpreted itself. But when he said the house of bondage, which is Mesraim or the land, that's just it, bro. That's clear. To try to make that and try to say that, this is talking about basically a spiritual type of Egypt and not the literal Egypt. Come on, guys, stop that.
What I'm getting at is what I'm saying is, hold on, this is the last thing. I'm actually not going to keep going back forward on that. I want to open up for the room, but I just don't want to, from an exegetical standpoint, like, I know we keep talking about just that one scripture, Deuteronomy 28:68, but spiritually, we do have to admit that we have to look in context. So all the other scriptures, 18 verse to the 68 verse, basically saying like that's the condition that they would be in because of forsaking the Most High God and the commandments.
Right, we understand, but that don't go for everybody.
That's the only thing I was getting at, brother, is that, all right, we know we're scattered.
That don't go for everybody, though, brother.
Okay, because we know that certain covenants, certain judgments, we're not giving to everybody. So I'm just trying to throw that out in perspective. Like maybe we can go back and forth on did they stay in Egypt and where did they go? But we know that it's a condition that our people would be in. That's all I was trying to say.
Even with that condition, right? That don't go for everybody, bro. And I'm gonna tell you why I say that, because when you look at Jeremiah, right? He tells the prophet, he tells him to tell the people, look, this captivity is of me. You are going into captivity. He says, take ye this, take ye wives, build ye houses. He says, and increase in the land. Give your sons over to daughters, give your daughters over to men. He says, and increase in the land that you may not be diminished thereof. And what that means is to industrialize your community. Now, when we go to the very city, there's a city called Judah that's in Babylon, right? Which people don't know about. You never heard this from the One West Caps. This city was a prosperous city. From the same source that Isaiah was talking about, when Isaiah got talking about the Portuguese Jews that came down into, the black Jews that came down into Africa, it said they was numerous and wealthy in those places. Yeah, they was persecuted. They was numerous and wealthy, but they was persecuted. But for the most part, these people was prosperous in these places.
It would be the same thing as someone being rich in the States, but this is still not by their own will. Like it's according to the Most High will. If someone's in another place, they're not serving the Most High without all this persecution, all these other things. They're not dwelling in their own land safely. So I mean, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't take away that the condition of our people as a nation.
Identify yourself as listen. The curses that we see that were put on Israel were not just curses that we see that just came on the people of Israel.
That can be proven.
So you saying Jerusalem is Babylon? That's what you're saying?
Hold on. No.
That's ridiculous, man. That's ridiculous, man.
I did not say that. That's what I said. Now, hold on. If you notice something, listen. Now, look at those curses. The botch of Egypt, that comes out of Egypt. Leprosy, that's being put on Israel so because of their sin. So what God is doing is he's trying to protect Israel from these curses that was already previously on other people. They would be protected from that. They won't have to experience these things. So to use the curses to identify yourself and say, this is what makes me an Israelite because of these curses. No, the Bible says at the end of the text, in Revelations, the guy would take the curse about the earth, and he said the whole creation is groaning because of what Adam did. So that sickness, that death, those plagues, all those things that he put on Israel, that he said that he will shield them from and cover them as they dwell in the secret place and under the Most High. Now he put that on them because he said no plague will come nigh your door, no sickness will come to your left or no right. Thousands will down your left or right, but no sickness will come nigh your door. But he's not going to do that no more. You're going to come from up under that protection. It's like Job. He told Job, the devil says, where have you been? Satan says, he says, the adversary was like, he asked him, he says, well, where have you been? The adversary says, running to and fro through the earth. He says, as I consider my servant Job, he says, I can't touch him. You place the hedge of protection on him. He says, take that protection off for him and I deal with him. But guess what? Israel was protected by God. Those curses that were put on other nations and then put on Israel because they got from under the protection of God and they became cursed like the nations. I'm done, bro. That's simple, yo.
Hey, hold on. Let me chime in, man, real quick, man, because it's just a lot of confusion, statements going on, and brothers are trying to isolate Deuteronomy 28:68 as if that is the only thing that leads brothers to the conclusion that they have came to about the scattering of the nation of Israel. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to piece together using antiquity, right? And using historical means in order to trace what happened with the migrational pattern of the children of Israel leaving Egypt. What was the connection? What was the surrounding scenarios and circumstances which led to these people not only just going to other places on earth under their free will, but going to these other places in captivity? That is very important when we're looking at antiquity, man. So just to make a blanket statement and say, oh, Deuteronomy 28, I wouldn't use that. That is a connecting piece to a multitude of other scriptures and historical facts leading to the conclusion of who these people are. Because the same person that's saying that cannot tell you why these people went into captivity from the western shores of Africa. And where did they go? And what happened when they went to these places? How did slaves get brought to India? How did slaves get brought to China? How did the prophecies of the children of Israel manifest themselves? We have to use history. We have to use slavery. We have to use the conditions of these people and what took place. And then we have to go into the history of these regions to know where these people were brought from. And once you start to do that, you're going to start to see the connections to the ancient children of Israel. Where was these slaves taken from? How did they get to the western parts of Africa? What was the migration patterns to get them there? We have the history. We have it right now, right? And I'm going to read one right here. Here's a historical source. This is when Scotland was Jewish, and I'm going to yield the mic to let somebody else respond because I got other sources, and understand that I'm sourced up right now, all right? So here's the source. This is a book called When Scotland Was Jewish. People always want to talk about DNA, this, that, and the third. Here's the DNA source. I'm going to read this real quick. This is page 21, and I'm going to read page 33 real quick. Couple of lines. It says here, the Stuart family maternal line in France was descended from the tribe of Judah. He believes his family is of Davidic ancestry. This is speaking about King David. For you people that don't believe King James was a black man, this is speaking about King James. The King James' last name is Stuart. It says the Stuart family maternal line in France descend from the tribe of Judah. He believes that his family is of Davidic ancestry, that it's from the Jewish King David, and he is therefore Jewish by descent. This is connecting the Stuarts to the Israelites. Page 33. The Stuart donor scores matches those of the Caldwell donors in the second wave of immigration. So we move to a discussion of those Jews are crypto Jews. Crypto Jews is Israelites that practice Judaism in secret. Crypto Jews who joined their coalitioners in Scotland after the 1300s. What we term the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype is a DNA strand, is the most frequent male haplotype on record. It is widely distributed throughout Europe and America. It occurs in most ethnic populations, guess what? Including African Americans and Hispanics. So we have a source connecting.
You said what haplogroup again?
It didn't give the haplogroup.
Why ain't giving the haplogroup?
It didn't give the haplogroup.
How would you mention something then not give a haplogroup? That don't make any sense,
bro. I'm just reading from the source. This is when Scotland was Jewish. I didn't want to insert anything into the text. I'm reading it as it is written.
Read that last part one more time if you can for me, please.
The Stewart donor scores matches those of the Caldwell-Stewart donors in the second wave of immigration. So we move to the discussion of those Jews or crypto Jews who joined their coalitioners in Scotland after the 1300s. What we term the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype. Caldwell-Stewart haplotype is the most frequent male haplotype on record. So I guess it's the Caldwell-Stewart haplotype. That's what it is. It's the most frequent on male haplotype on record. It is widely.
How you spell that, bro? If you don't mind me asking, how you spell that?
Caldwell, Caldwell hyphen STEWART. Haplotype is the most frequent male haplotype on record. It is widely distributed throughout Europe and America. It occurs in most ethnic populations, including African Americans and Hispanics. So we have a migration source connecting the African Americans directly to King James, the Caldwell-Stewarts, connecting them to the Davidic ancestry. We have a record and a source, and best believe I'm locked and loaded over here. I'm ready for this conversation because I had a debate on this topic, and I wiped the floor with a Negro that challenged me on this.
Basically, they have what you call R1B, basically.
Yeah.
Bring it out.
That's a
haplogroup, bro. That's a what?
R1B is a European haplogroup, right?
It's a European haplogroup, yeah.
So then I guess 30% of African Americans died, but that's like from slavery, you know?
Yeah, that's from slave. That's from your ass. That's from your slave master.
Yeah, that's from the slave master.
So that's basically saying King James was a white man. Then
he was a white man, bro. He's not black. If you look at the KJV 1611,
okay,
look at the pictures on it. It's literally a picture of white Levitical priest on it. Why would a black man?
There's white pictures of Jesus Christ too. Are we supposed to believe that?
Why, if I'm a black man, if King James was black and King James was black, why in his book is there why would he put in his book white pictures of white Levitical priests in it?
Because he didn't make that book.
White man got
he didn't make that book. Understand that. All right. And understand this. In this book it has descriptions of the Stewart family. They have descriptions of the Douglases. They have the descriptions of the Caldwells. It tells you that they have Mediterranean features, black, Mediterranean, woolly hair, thick lips, and dark skin. It literally tells you this in this book, and I can read it verbatim if you want to hear it.
I have that.
I'm not disagreeing about this whole Israelite stuff. I'm just talking about if you're saying that they relate to the Scottish people, I'm assuming that's Europeans they talking about.
Nah, listen, the original Europeans are not white, bro. Okay, they're not white.
They was not.
Whoa.
Hold
up. Talk about what? Hold on.
Wait, you think they Edomites? You think that they Edomites? The white people is Edomites?
Yes, I know that they're
okay, Edomites. but you talking about DNA, right? So if the
I'm not talking.
Wait, hold up. Let me say something. If Negroes come from Jacob, if Negroes come from Isaac, then y'all both should say y'all genetically far from each other. You feel me?
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something, bro. Do you think? Hold on. Let me say this real quick. Do you think it's possible for two black parents to have a white child?
Bro, listen. If Esau was white, he had a Canaanite.
Bro. Listen. Let's answer the question, bro. Do you think it's possible for two black?
You can't find me two black parents having a white child. Yeah, I know you're gonna show me them two African people having.
Oh, okay. So is that photoshopped, brother?
Yeah, but they still will be genetically related to each other.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about genetic. I'm talking about appearance. I'm talking about appearance. So I'm asking the brother,
right, so
hold up, G-Con. Is it possible for two black parents to have a white child? I need that question answered.
No, that's genetically impossible. The only reason there's white skin is because of mutation.
Okay, so then it's possible.
It's biblical leprosy.
Then it's possible, right?
So, no, it's not possible.
So, what are you talking? You just contradicted. You just contradicted yourself, man.
What are you talking about?
He said genetically it's impossible.
Listen to me carefully. I'm not talking about genetics. I'm talking about.
Never seen that.
Listen, I'm talking about appearance. Do you think it's possible for two black parents to have a child that has the appearance of a white person? Blonde hair and blue eyes.
By white, do you mean like albinism?
No, I'm not talking about albinoism. I'm talking about blonde hair and blue eyes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
brother,
no. They're not having a white kid.
Wait, hold on quick. Jeremiah, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
No, here's the thing, because I've been kind of having trouble kind of believing Esau's white man because, hear me out, because I look at the scriptures when it talks about, as far as the curses and everything, right? And it's like, until a nation was neither thou nor thy fathers have known. That kind of goes further back, as far as their fathers. Now, and also, too, to top that off, if you look at even from a standpoint, like I think Jeremiah was saying, as far as like the genealogy makeup, because you can see an albino, but an albino still look like an African. But I'm talking about in the sense of like his genetic build. It's because he don't have a dark skin or dark hair. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying in a genetic build, he still look like a white man. Still look like a black man, but he had no pigment.
What I want you to do right now, and just be honest with us all right now, take your phone and Google two black parents have a white child. Just Google it right now.
That kid was albino.
Bro, that child. Hold up, brother. Hold on.
Wait, hold on. Brother, listen. It's possible. Wait, hold on real quick. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I've seen that as well. But you have to understand at the same time, if you look at a white man and a black man, it's a huge difference. Obviously, it's a huge difference.
I know what he's talking about. When they had that white kid, that kid was not white. If you look it up, that kid grew to be an albino. He didn't go to be a white guy with straight hair.
No. Right, that's what I get. That child is albino. No, right. I'm looking at it right now. Child is albino, yo. There's no way to get past that. No. Lauren, you right. Yes, you're right. I'm just saying. If you look at, I want Jeremiah to understand. You know what I'm saying? As far as the whole Esau case. So if you look at biblically, the makeup will look the same as what it is, because our genealogy makeup would look the same. Like you have the same kind of muscular build, the same kind of kinky hair, but you're just a red individual.
Okay, you finished, bro?
Yeah, Esau had a Hamitic wife. He had a Canaanite wife. So you saying like, say he that kid's mixed, and then the kid's just gonna go mess with someone else. You feel me? That's either black or brown. That's not one way.
So do y'all believe in the Bible?
Yeah, man.
If you're going what the scriptures say, yeah, generational leprosy, and that the leprosy clave to a seed forever. Then white people shouldn't be having mixed kids today. A white man shouldn't have a mixed kid.
Wait, I'm next. Come on now, I'm next.
No, I'm not. No, what they, I feel like they're gonna lead towards saying, oh yeah, the generational leprosy, you feel me? That cleave to Esau seed forever. But then if it's generational leprosy and it cleaves to a seed forever, that means that today you shouldn't be seeing white people having mixed kids. That kids should come out white.
I want to touch on that.
Too, and to think about it. Wait, but hold on, quick. Let me say this real quick. Let me say the last little thing real quick. If you look at the scriptures never describe Esau as being leprous. No, Esau as being red. Now, it never described as being leprous. King David described as not leprous. He described as ruddy or red. Both of those root words and the Strong's coordinates. I'm driving right now, so I don't remember what section specifically, but they have the exact same word. I'm sorry, the root word.
Something
Something like that. I'm not driving right now, so I'm just saying. But
hey, listen. What is the word? What is the word? What is the word? What is the word Esau? What does the word Esau mean?
Harry.
No, it doesn't. It means wasted away.
Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, not even those European people, not even the white people that be saying the whole Bible is white, gonna say that Esau is the progenitor of the white race.
I don't give a damn. Hold up, man. We gotta have some order here, man. You brothers all over the place. Listen, man. The definition of Esau is wasted away. Okay. My question is, how is he wasted away? Because that's the name that was given when they saw him come out of the womb.
Man, that ain't what it means. That is not what it means.
Oh, let's look it up. Let's look it up right now, G-Con. Let's look it up right now. See if it means wasted away.
Look it up.
That's ridiculous.
Hey, one thing. My last question is: where in the Bible does it say Esau took over Europe and became Greece?
Right. See, and here's the thing. Look at Genesis.
Javon is the
Right. If you look at I think First Chronicles and Second Chronicles. It's one of the Book of Chronicles. It gives you like a basically like a you know what I'm saying, like far as like certain kind of sons where they dwelt at, it went into order. And if you read the Book of Chronicles, it gives you a great breakdown. You know what I'm saying, as far as looking at the way Europe is built. So it's like if you read the Book of Chronicles and read the Book of Genesis, you will see that.
Hey, so who do y'all think Esau is? The Edomites are.
I think it's
touch on that.
I mean, listen. When you go to Obadiah,
they don't know.
They don't know. Esau to judge.
But who is it though? I'm asking.
Wait, I'm gonna answer. Obadiah.
Y'all going up against what the brother bringing out, but can't nobody tell me who you.
Jeremiah is answering. Let Jeremiah answer.
When you go to Obadiah, it says, Savior shall rise up on Mount Zion, that's in Israel, to judge Mount Esau. There's no white people on Mount Esau. Mount Esau is located in Saudi Arabia.
I didn't ask you that, bro. Ask you who you think.
You can't look at a specific race for Esau because he mixed with everybody.
But who is it though? I'm asking, bro.
Hold on, listen.
He your brother.
Hold on, and Esau. Hold on, listen. In the Strong's, you know what it said it is? It says he's the progenitor of the Arab people.
Yeah, that's what it's out for.
That's exactly what it says.
So it says in Obadiah 1:4 it said though he exalted himself as the eagle and set his nest among the stars, so that the Arabians they space traveling.
Nah,
where is that talking about space travel, bro?
Listen to the scripture. Let it come out. It says, though he exalts himself as the eagle, do the Arabs exalt themselves as the eagle?
This is a bunch of confusion, boy. A lot of people don't do no research.
When you look, like, when people don't know.
No. Read the scripture. What the scripture say? That don't even line up with the Arabs.
All right, family. So for those that are watching,
they exalt themselves as the eagle and then they
for those, let me mute that for a second. All right, family. So for those that are watching, hold up. All right, so for those that are watching, this is so funny to me because I've been in and out of these clubhouse rooms, man, and I let everybody know that I was gonna go live, but it's so funny to me because a lot of these brothers are very unlearned. They don't do much studying, and it's okay, that they're going through their process of learning and trying to get to a point. But everybody on here is so amped to talk and to bring forth their understanding, which is in error. That's why the scripture says, "Be more ready to hear than give the testimony of a fool." You see what I'm saying? So, but I wanted to bring this, on the platform, man. Shout out to the source. Shout out to the Gold Coast Gorillas, tanks on the ground, right? To the Lord, to the testimony, man. This is a great opportunity for us who have studied to see those that are coming in now and wanting to get involved in the information and be able to give them the understanding at least that we have. I'm not here to say we know everything, but we do have a certain level of study that we've had to get to the conclusion that we've came to, and these brothers are just now coming to that. So let's get back to it. Let's listen to these brothers, family. This is very interesting.
Obadiah 1:4, it says, "Thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set the nest among the stars, this will I bring thee down, says the Lord."
Who set they nest amongst the stars? Satellite. Space travel. Who keep going back and forth out of space, bro?
All right, going out of space.
So y'all don't believe in prophecy? Y'all don't believe in prophecy? Okay, so y'all don't believe it.
Hey, bro, you right. You right about the nest and the stars. About the nest and the stars, you're right about that, man, because they got space stations and they're up there.
Bro, y'all is tripping.
No, you tripping, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Let me talk. So when they
Jack got it, bro.
No. I'm talking right now. No, me. It's my turn. Now we somebody said that Esau meant wasted away. So I'm gonna pull out Justinian's Hebrew Chaldee lexicon.
That was Jeremiah.
I'm gonna pull out James Strong's concordance, and I'm gonna use Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew to English lexicon. I'm gonna use 3 sources. Now the Strong's concordance, I'm gonna read it again just for clarity. Esau means hairy. It says he's the progenitor of the Arab people. Now, let me look at the Hebrew Chaldee lexicon. It says Harry, rough, the son of Isaac, twin brother of Jacob, called also Edom, which is, however, more used with regard to his posterity than of the man himself. On the other hand, Esau, Edomites, rather as a poetical expression of Mount Esau. Okay, so now I'm gonna look at the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon. It says Esau, elder son of Isaac, ancestor of the Edomites, dwelling in Mount Seir. Why do none of these sources say that it means that Esau means wasted away?
Say again?
Yeah, I was looking for it too in a couple sources. I had the complete words 35. I went to the Jewish. I don't see that nowhere.
I bet you don't see it nowhere. So now I want to show you. All right. So when you go into Esau, it has a root word, right? Have you all looked at the root word on Esau? Yes or no?
Roots are usually three letters, right? No, I can't because it's ayin, shin, wa.
Okay. So in the root word, I'm going to give it to you right now. It's H6213. Can you look that up and tell me what that says?
Say that again.
H21.
Okay. So that's what he's doing. So that's not Esau then. You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
That's not Esau.
No. Listen, bro. Hebrew works like this. It's a connection. It's a connection. Hebrew is a concrete language. Okay. So it has, brother. Let me finish, bro, and I'm gonna give it right back to you. I promise. Right. So Hebrew works like this is a concrete. So it's a connection of letters, but each individual letter has a meaning, and that letter and that meaning connects to something else to make a word. So you go to the etymology, you go to the root word, and it lets you see what they mean by utilizing these particular letters. This is how you understand the Hebrew, man. So before you brothers...
Hold on, read the definition. You ain't read the definition to it yet. Read the root definition, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no sweat.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that has to do with...
Hold on, Captain.
No, Captain, let him get that, please.
Let him read the definition.
And let me rebuttal. Go ahead, Jeremy. I did it.
They got a phone call.
No, I'm here, man. One second. Okay. Go ahead. While I get this, somebody else can go.
Yeah,
let me finish. Well, hold up.
Hey, LeRon, man, you shut your meathead ass up, brother.
Hey, look. I'm gonna go with the Brown Driver Briggs first. 6213. Saw. Iron, shin, ha. To press, to squeeze, to crush, to gnash the teeth, to compress a woman. Okay, that's what it says right there. So now we're gonna go to the Strong's Concordance. Asa, H6213. To do, fashion, to accomplish, to make, to do, work, make, produce, to do, to work, to deal, to act with effect, to make, produce, to prepare, to make an offering, to attend to put in order, to observe, to celebrate. Damn, this means a lot. To acquire, to appoint, to ordain, to institute, to bring about, to use, to spin, to pass, to be done, to be made, to be produced, to be offered, to be observed, to be used, to be made, to press, to squeeze. I'm not even gonna go through the.
Go to 6.
Well, no, let me do it.
Then you just got to look at how they use and that same word used in the scriptures. That's what I was looking at. All that.
But where does any of this
6:2:15.
mean wasted away?
It don't say.
No.
It ain't.
Hey, Jack, go to 6:2:15.
Well, that's
It sounds a
Esau's
lot like
name.
what God does. God presses and he squeezes and he shakes. Like
It said handle and rub.
Yeah, I don't see wasted away.
I'm still looking for it too.
Yeah, I don't see it
yield- I
on my
yield with
Strong's
that.
either.
Yeah, because I don't see how you can get produced to waste it away. I don't know about that one. Yeah.
Bro, last
Yeah, you
down,
see?
the last down when it
Like-
says this whole Esau the white man thing, like this is a new school of thought. Like before it is, like nobody was saying that Esau.
If Esau's a white man, that would be our our cousins, our brothers and stuff. Hey, he's not the white man. He's not.
Hey, break down Obadiah 1:4 then. I want to hear it.
Hold on. Before we
what you
move,
think it means.
You can't show me
Bro, that is not
hold on.
space
Let's
travel.
not move.
I've done a lot of laughing, but nobody explained nothing.
Hey, King,
No,
that's
hold on.
Real quick, we gotta stay on this real quick because we was told that we was unlearned and we just want to share our opinion and we just want to talk and all that. So I need the teacher to teach. I'm waiting on.
Yeah, my brown driver bridge is painful. Paper bag, jelly bag.
Oh man, come on, Jack. Paper bag, jelly bag. Man, it's quiet up here, man. Hey, y'all say Jeremiah unplug that computer, man. Y'all don't do it.
Hey, can I get a copy of that recording too?
Go ahead, man. That's it. That boy Jack something else.
Hey, why the brother looking for the that particular point? I want to just run it back to that Edom, with I heard in another room, LeRon, you brought it up when you read it. Somebody said that Edom, the progenitor of Arabs, was in the newer concordance. Excuse me. Regardless of that, a lot of people have talked about Idumea, and like Edom was in Jerusalem at times. So how do people bring that out in terms of like you were saying the white man this or that? Like, is there any records that's showing that even when the Romans were occupying, that those were they the Edomites? Like I'm trying to keep up. I can't keep up. I'm just trying to bring it back together.
The records that we have is from some Jews, right? They call the Romans Idumeans or Edomites because they mad because the Romans came down, subjected Israel, and put the Arabs over Israel. That's why when you look at the eastern portion of the Roman Empire, they're the ones who actually pull up the Roman Empire because the Mohammedans and all of them, you know what I'm saying? Then later, before then, you had the Byzantine Empire. The Eastern Empire portion of the Roman Empire, they split. They had their differences. But if you look at the Eastern portion, guess who came and took over Israel in 70 AD? Middle Easterners, or what we call Middle Easterners, like the Eastern portion. The legions. You go look up the legions. It'll tell you what legions.
I was living in Turkey and Greece and all that in Russia. Like I guess I mean I'm hearing people with the Caucasus and all that stuff. That's what I was hearing people just saying that was going around. I'm not even disagreeing. I'm just saying like people are saying, well, that's because they the old school or let's say the original Caucasians they lived in the Caucasus Mountains. So I guess how does that still get?
Hey, G-Con, can you look up 6244?
What you say?
6244.
Okay, let's look at that. See what he did with the hat. Now you didn't already gave us the proof. Saying what you're saying.
You said 6244?
Yeah.
H6244. All right. It said primitive root, probably to shrink, fail, be consumed.
What's the word though? What does it say there?
Right. Go to
What's the verse?
I'm finna show you. Go to the biblical usage. What do it say? Just go to the
verse and chapter.
Type in H62444 and go to the biblical usage.
Why do you just want to give us a verse, bro?
Bro, listen. Why you can't just type in, and you can type in, if you go into the blue letter, just type in H6244 and go to the biblical usage.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too, Jack. Assess.
To waste away. But what does this have to do with
There's
Esau?
nothing that points back to Esau.
This word ties to Psalms chapter 6, verse 7, Psalms 31 and 9, Psalms 31 and 10. This has nothing to do with Esau. But it does mean waste away.
Hold up. Scroll down.
To fall away. Used for pieces of clothes falling away and from being eaten by moths. Hold on.
Hey, we done went through. Hey, look, we done went through 4-5 words. Done went through lines of different definitions. We still ain't seen where it's Esau. That's how we dealing with phonetics, because man.
Because you asked for something and I gave it to you, man.
And it's a verse.
And you said it's H6244 again. That's what he said.
Yeah, I just read it.
It's not even a noun. It's a verb.
And that's in the Aramaic in the first place. Look at the top of
it. It mean to be eaten by moths and worms.
Well, look at the top of what? Look at the top of what?
Look at the Blue Letter Bible. It's transliteration. It's Aramaic, bro.
I don't see no Aramaic, man. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, I do see that.
The number is H6244. So how can it be Aramaic if it's H6244?
Aramaic is Western Hebrew.
Yeah, my sources say that this derived from an
Western. Used one time. And guess where it's used at. That's how we know it's Aramaic. Guess where it's used at. Daniel 6 and 1. Daniel 6 and 1. Hold on. I'm tripping.
Bring it up.
No, that's H. I'm sorry, my apologies. That's 62343. I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's only used in Psalm. It's
used in Psalm.
Chapter 6, verse 7, Psalm 31 and 9, Psalm 31 and 10. And neither of these psalms have anything to do with Esau.
Yeah, he said it's a verb too. It's a part to speak.
So listen. Let me ask you brothers a question. What color was Alexander the Great?
He was a white man.
Okay, I'm glad you brothers. Honestly,
leprosy white man.
I'm glad you brothers.
Yeah,
honestly,
we can touch on biblical leprosy.
Hold up, family. Hold up, family.
Wait, hold on, Can we get an apology, bro?
I don't give you an apology for what? H6244. What do you mean apology?
I feel violated.
What are you talking about, brother? I ain't did nothing to you, brother.
You told us,
wait, hold on.
Right, and I gave it to you. H6244.
What does it say in the Bible that the Edomites?
Nah, you made that up.
I didn't make nothing. H6244. I made that up. H6244. I made it up.
That ain't got nothing to do with Esau.
Man, listen. I'm asking you brothers about Alexander the Great. I want to go into the biblical text, and I want to see if the Bible lines up with these white people in antiquity. Can we do that?
Yeah, let's see. Let's see where it says that the Greek. Let's see where it says the Greek said Romans come from Edomites.
But see, the Romans were Chittim. That's in the book of Joshua where Chittim took over Esau kingdom.
Chill. Bro, let's see, bro. Are you gonna bring up the Dukes part? You gonna bring up that?
Who?
Now, the Antiquity of the Jews. I think it's a book. It's a good source.
I'm not going to the Antiquity of the Jews. I'm staying in the Bible, man.
Okay, so you gonna bring up the Alexander the Great part? I'm gonna mute my mic.
Right.
Aren't you gonna show how he's connected to Edom? Or
yeah.
I'm about to mute my mic so you can do it. Okay.
The Macedonian?
Yeah. He was a Macedonian. Now,
is Macedonia a lineage?
Yeah.
What descendant does a Macedonian go to?
I'm finna show you if you let me. Right. So now, if we go into the book of Esther, right? And we find out that Haman, the adversary of Esther, was an Agagite. Right?
Okay.
Do y'all want to see that, or do you understand that?
Yeah, he was an Agagite.
Okay. Who is the father of the Agagites? Do anyone know? Anyone know who the father of the Agagites are?
So that Agagite, break it out.
All right, no sweat. All right, so you go into the book of Esther.
They come from Amalek. That's what you want me to say?
Yeah, that's a true statement, correct? Right? Right?
Yeah.
You with me, right? Yeah, Amalek.
Yeah.
So who's Amalek the grandson of?
Esau.
Okay. All right, so now when you go into the Apocrypha and you go into the rest of Esther, starting at chapter 16.
Let me get there.
Okay. The rest of Esther. And start at verse 10. Can you read that for us, Ak?
Give me a sec, Ak.
So we know now in the book of Esther, Haman was an Agagite. The Agagites are the Amalekites. The Amalekites are a descendant of Esau, and that's in the book of Genesis chapter 36. Okay? They are descendants from Esau. So we're going to read out of the book of Esther. All right? Esther chapter 16 in the Apocrypha. The rest of Esther chapter 16, starting at the 10th verse. If the brother could read that for us real quick.
Oh, you said chapter 16, what verse?
10.
10? Okay, got it. Okay, Esther chapter 16, verse 10, it says, for Haman, the son Hamadatha, a Macedonian, really an alien to the Persian blood and quite devoid of our kindness, have become our guest. Verse 11.
Hold on. So verse 10, verse 10 let us know that Haman.
Wait, read it again.
Right. Haman was an Agagite, and the Agagites are the Macedonians. Read it again, bro.
Right, I'm gonna read it again. The book of Esther, chapter 16, verse 10. For Haman, the son of Hamadatha, a Macedonian, having become, really an alien to the Persian blood and quite devoid of our kindliness, having become our guest.
So we see that Haman was not a Persian, but yet he was a high-ranking official in the Persian government, right? So it says,
just like Joseph was in Egypt.
That's right,
Wait,
brother.
so Haman was an Agagite? Was Haman an Agagite?
Yes, Haman was an Agagite. You can read that in the book of Esther.
And then it say his father was a Macedonian, right?
We're finding out that the Agagites are Macedonians right here, right? So read on, bro.
Verse 11. So far enjoyed the goodwill that we have for every nation that he would call our father, and was continually bowed down to by all as the person second to the royal throne.
Go ahead.
Verse 12. But unable to restrain his arrogance, he undertook to deprive us of our kingdom and our life.
Go ahead.
Keep going on.
Yeah.
Verse 13. And when an intricate craft and deceit adds for the destruction of Mordecai, our savior and perpetual benefactor, and of Esther, the blameless partner of our kingdom, together with their whole nation.
So we see that this Haman is the same Haman that was dealing with Mordecai and dealing with Esther. We see it very clearly. Read the 14th verse.
He thought that in this way he would find us undefended and would transfer the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. Oh, wow.
So he wanted to transfer the kingdom of the Persians to the Macedonians. Now, can you go to Maccabees chapter 1 and read the first verse?
Yeah, it wasn't talking about.
Hey, bro. Let me finish and you can respond, okay?
Hold on.
Let me finish and you can respond. First Maccabees chapter 1, just start at chapter 1 and read the first verse.
First Maccabees, chapter 1, verse 1, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the first verse. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here with you. After Alexander, the son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came from the land of Kittim, had defeated Darius, oh wow, and king of Persians and Medes, and he succeeded him as king. He had previously became king of Greece. Oh, snap.
All right, so now I want everybody to understand what we have done is we've connected Alexander the Great, we've connected him to the Macedonians. Then we connected the Macedonians to the Agagites through Haman. That same Haman that tried to take down Esther and Mordecai. We traced that the Agagites are the Amalekites. And the Amalekite was the grandson of Esau. Do everybody see this? Or am I just pulling smoke out of nowhere? I made this up.
I see where you're coming from, Bob. I see where you're coming from, because this goes along with the book of Joshua, with Tidom.
Yep.
Took over kingdom.
Right, exactly. So everybody.
Okay, what lineage does the Macedonian come from?
He comes from the
Esau
Agagites.
have a son named Macedonia.
He came from the Agagites. Just like Haman's name was Haman in the Bible, in the Persians, dealing with the Persians, he was an Agagite. He was called an Agagite that came from King Agag. Agag was an Amalekite. The Amalekites they are the grandson of Esau. You and other brothers told me that Alexander was a lily white boy. That's what you said. So now we connected Alexander, a white boy, to Haman, and Haman to the Agags to the Amalekites to Esau. This is the way you trace history, so you can start to see who these people are and where they come from.
But Macedonian.
Hold on. Let me 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and let me finish.
Macedonian is a landmass. It's an inhabitant of a landmass.
Bro, those people.
It's not a race.
Lineage, though. You're talking lineage. Like we're not Chicagoans, this and that. Really, like if you born there, that's what you call. But
right,
ain't your lineage.
Right. So that's why I'm able to.
Noah's 3 sons. Where does Macedonian fall into?
Bro, I just gave you the whole.
You real to the down. Quiet. You know, so you stay out of this, bro. What you say, you hear me out?
Yeah. So I just broke it down piece by piece so everybody can see. He said Macedonia is not a lineage. Where did they come from? But brother, listen, these people are connected to the Agags, the Agagites. Who are the Agagites? They are the Amalekites. Who are the Amalekites? They're Edomites. That's who they are. When you go into the book of Obadiah, it says, how are the secret things of Esau sought out? Why is Esau trying to hide himself? There was a proclamation that the children of Israel proclaimed in their book called the Bible, that the Most High God has a hatred for Esau.
You got cut off, brother.
Yeah, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. What you said?
Yes, that the Hebrew Israelites proclaimed the hatred of the Most High God against Esau in the book called the Bible. Okay? So Esau went to sought out to hide himself purposely. This is why there's all this speculation. Well, who's Esau? Who is Esau? We don't know. The reason is because he sought to hide himself purposely. Okay? And so now when you go into these different arguments about who are the Esau's are the Arabs. What is an Arab? Arab just simply means mixed people. Well, who are they mixed with? When you go into the history of the Ottoman Turks, when you go into the history of the Ottoman Turks, what did they do? The Ottoman Turks conquered Saudi Arabia, coming out of the land of Turkey. Where were they coming from? And how did they amass their army? And how did they get in that position? That goes back to the people of Khazaria, which G-Con don't like this, but I don't give a damn. They go back to the Khazarians. The Khazarians had a conference. This conference, they called in the 3 greatest religions on earth, which was what? Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And when they had this conference near the Black Sea in the Caucasus Mountains. White people call themselves what, family? Caucasian. Why? Because they come from the Caucasus Mountains. You understand? So when they have this,
I gotta ask you a question. Like, and this something I've been studying with a brother too. Like, you know about the curse of Cain, right?
Yeah.
Do you believe that one of the sons of Noah had the curse of Cain? Like one of the sons could carry on the curse?
Noah had 3 sons, and you're talking about Ham's son Canaan.
No, I'm not talking about Cain. I'm talking about Cain, like Abel.
Oh,
like
okay,
Abel
yeah, you're
Cain,
talking
like,
about
Cain.
you're talking about the mark, and brothers be saying that the mark was white skin. I don't subscribe to that. I'm only going from the time of Noah because this is what we can trace, right? This is something physical, substantial that we can trace. I can't go pre-flood as far as white people, this, that, and the third. That's a whole nother discussion, right? So what I'm showing you all, family, is when we go into the Khazarians, and then they split in 3 fashions. One became Muslim, one became dealt with Judaism and fled into Poland. The other went into Christianity and went back into the Italian peninsula, right? And rising up during the time of the Borgia family and families before that, right? And the other became Muslims, and they became the Ottoman Turk, the Ottoman Turk Empire. The Ottoman Turk Empire then went down and conquered Saudi Arabia. And when they conquered Saudi Arabia, they still ruling Saudi Arabia today. So when you're looking at the Saudi Arabians and you're looking at the leadership of the people of that region, and you're seeing the history and it says that these people are Edomites, that's true, but not all of them. The original Muslims were black. They was from the seed of Ishmael. The Ishmaelites were black, okay? And what happened is when the Ottoman Turks came in, they oppressed them and made them second-class citizens because of the time of their conquering. They reached their heights during 10 BC. Salakia, AD, 10 AD. They reached their heights of the Ottoman Turk Empire and began to fall, and they started to lose their regions at that time. But they held on to Saudi Arabia in certain regions there. So the money, when you hear about that money, that's because of the Ottoman Turk Empire and what they amassed during their rulership. You can look this up, man. So when brothers be arguing, well, the white man is Esau. No, the Muslims are the Arabs are Esau. You getting into that argument, brothers don't even realize that both of them are Esau.
I believe that. Hey, look at my PTR, man. I've been doing research on that as well. About this, it's a lot of albinism is the biggest in the so-called Middle East and region. I got a photo of people.
So what are we saying? Are we saying
albinism is then they not Caucasians because the Caucasians ain't albino.
This what I'm getting at. This is a heavy thing. If people want to only look at skin color a lot, I believe I like what the brother was saying about they mix in.
Let me ask a question real quick. So are we saying that Alexander the Great or Alexander the Greek, the Macedonian, are we saying that he's the Edomite, or are we saying that he's from the Slavic people from the line of Japhet?
No, he's absolutely an Edomite. What y'all gonna have to understand is that they had something called replacement population that went on in Europe. The original people of Europe are people of color. All of you can take your phones right now and Google Cheddar Man. And when you Google Cheddar Man, you're gonna see
he was a black man.
You're gonna see a black man.
The original Gentiles were black. The original Gentiles were black.
Right. So there was something called replacement population, and it was through the rise of the Macedonians, through Alexander the Great. This is when Esau had his rule. This is when he broke the yoke off of his neck. What we read in Genesis chapter 26 and 27. We read that when he broke the yoke off and he started to rule, that rulership began with Alexander the Great. Who did they take down? The Persians. This was a plan that was already underway, going all the way back to the time of Haman, dealing with Esther. So when Alexander came into power, what did they do? The Macedonians went into Greece and took over Greece and started to call themselves Greek. Why? Because they were trying to hide themselves, as the Bible says. Obadiah 1 and 10. They tried to hide themselves, right? The Romans came out of the Greeks. You had the two generals that came out, which were who? Romulus and Ramesses, who went into the Italian peninsula and they struck up a deal with the original inhabitants of Italy, which were the Ionians, and Slakia, not the Ionians, the original people of the Italian peninsula. When they struck up a deal, this is where you get monogamy from. Because before this, in antiquity, they didn't practice monogamy, right? So you see this history rising up. This is why Rome honors monogamy. This is why America honors monogamy, because America is an extension of Rome. So that's when you go into the book of Revelations and you see on many waters in Revelations chapter 17, and I'm gonna read it real quick, and I'm gonna yield the floor because I know I've been talking, so I want you brothers to get in. But I wanted to bring that out so you all can see that, right? But in Revelation 17, it says what here? It says what? Verse 3, verse 2. With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting upon a scarlet-colored beast, which is the so-called white man, red, because there's only one word for red, so then brothers be getting confused. Well, King David was called red, and Esau was called red, so that means that they was both white. That's ridiculous, man. There's only one Hebrew word for red, right? So it says that she was riding on a scarlet-colored beast. Beast is also reference to man in the scriptures, right? So she was riding on a scarlet-colored beast. And who took this false religion all over the world? This is another reason that they don't want to use the Apocrypha, because Wisdom of Solomon lay this whole Cesare Borgia, this fake Jesus Christ. It makes it clear, and I would love to read that. If y'all don't have no objection to that, I would love to go on Wisdom of Solomon and read that. But it says this: and the woman were arrayed in purple and scarlet, and decked with fine gold and precious stones, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations, filthiness of her fornication. Verse 5. And upon her head was a name written, Mystery, Great Babylon, the mother of harlot. Why is it saying the mother of harlots? Right? So you start to see that this ideology started to travel with man. And that man just so happened to be red. It just told you that. Scarlet colored beast. So this man traveled and took this ideology all over the earth, beginning with Alexander the Great, taking over the inhabitants of the Greeks, be calling themselves Greeks themselves, because in the book, the 13th tribe off the coastline tells you that the original Khazarians were black, and they were of the seed of Japheth. They were black, and they were of the seed of Japheth. That's why when you go and you look at the Persians are black. But Esau mixed his seed upon the earth through Alexander the Great. It began, he started to tell all his generals to mix your seed, mix your seed. So we have all these different races on the earth that have lighter skinned people. And if you notice anything about that, go do the research. The people that is in power in these areas are usually of a lighter skin. Can y'all still hear me? Are y'all there? All right, family. Look like I lost them there for a minute. Let's see. What happened to the room? What happened to the room? All right, man. Everybody watching, man, show the Source some love, man. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the Source Debate League. We continue to bring you this information and have these biblical conversations. Man, I done lost the whole room. What happened to these brothers? Man, I done lost the whole room. This thing is so funny acting, man. But yeah, man, I appreciate the love, man. I'm glad y'all can hear me. Like I said, man, hit the like button, man. Show us some love. I done lost these brothers in this clubhouse. What it is, man, a lot of people have transitioned over to this clubhouse, and there's a lot of conversation that be going on. But they do something there that is different than what we do at the Source, which is rhetoric matches. A lot of brothers able to come in there with their wild out doctrines and different understandings. They come in there and they don't have no sources to validate their points. And one thing I've learned here at the Source, dealing with these brothers over here at the Source, man, if you saying something and you can't validate your point with some sort of historical reference or some legitimate sources, you're gonna get exposed. And I'm so thankful to the Most High for these brothers at the Source challenging one another as they do. You understand? So that we could further our knowledge. This is what it's all about at the end of the day, man. Right? Yeah, Satan trying to take away the word. That's right. Definitely trying to Shalom, Sister Navarre. Definitely trying to get back to the conversation. Because, man, listen, at first, it was just a whole bunch of brothers just spewing out stuff. Yeah. And when its truth started coming out, its biblical connection started coming out, y'all noticed the room got quiet, right? That's no disrespect to none of those brothers, because we were all at a point where we're trying to learn and we're challenging brothers and certain doctrines that we hear that are maybe foreign to us. And what happens is a lot of times people condemn camps. And the reason they condemn camps is because they usually don't have no connection to anybody that would sit down and have a respectful dialogue with them to help them come to a better understanding. One thing that we can say, we know there's a lot of things going on with a lot of organizations. So what they do is brothers and sisters compile the bad things that happen, and they use that as a reason not to gather. But one thing we can't deny is what the Bible said in Zephaniah 2:1, which is what? Gather yourselves together, right? What's going on here? I was just discussing this with someone, and they were saying how the one world order, by mixing, they are making a one world race. Yeah, I believe that I don't believe that they're making a one world race, because the white man is so arrogant in his train of thought. If you read a book called there's a book called written by our sister, man, beautiful sister. She's resting in peace now, man. What's her name? Frances Cress Wilkins. And her book is about color. I got her book here too. Right? See if I can find it real quick. Right. Anyway, so in her book, she talks about the one of the biggest fears of the so-called white man is genetic annihilation. The white man is concerned about his great-great-grandchildren not being white and not looking like him. That is a great fear of theirs, Because what they did is they went out and they traveled and they seen that the world, but they're the only ones on the planet that look the way they look. So the sister Frances Cress Relkins wrote that book, and she brought out the information about their biggest fear is genetic annihilation. So no, I wouldn't agree that they are trying to make one race, because they want their grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, to look like them. So that's a concern of the so-called white man. Somebody said here, very entertaining, funny how Alexander locked the Caucasians, Slovakia, locked the Caucasians up behind the Caucasus Mountains. But he was Caucasian as well. Confusing is extremely apparent. Confusion is extremely apparent. Well, I don't know about Alexander locking up the Caucasians. I haven't read that. There was no such thing as let me see. Yeah, Alexander. Yeah, there was no such thing as Caucasians during the time of Alexander. Why? Because you had the Roman Empire who fell in 193 AD. 193 AD, and was pushed into the Caucasus Mountains by Septimius Severus and General Niger. Septimius Severus and General Niger end up warring against each other, and Septimius Severus won that war. And by the time 190 years later, you had the rise of Diocletius. Diocletius came into power, and then 135 years after that, you had Constantine rise up. And when Constantine rose up, he created the Byzantine Empire, which is black. The Byzantine Empire completed the expulsion of the Romans, not all the white people, but the higher ranking members of the Roman society got pushed into the Caucasus Mountains. The Caucasus Mountains was inhabited by the Caucasus Mountains was inhabited by the Khazarians. The Khazarians then in turn was at war with Attila the Hun. Attila the Hun then struck up a deal with the Romans, and they agreed to take down the Khazarians. And when they took down the Khazarians, guess what? The Romans started calling themselves Khazarians, right? So this, you can find this information in a book called "The Rise and Fall of the Roman Empire from Severus to Constantine." Right. One second here, family. All right, family. So I'm trying to see if I can get back in this room. I didn't totally lost these guys. Let me see if I can call see if I can get G-Con on the phone real quick. Cause I done totally lost the room. I don't know what happened. Maybe somebody kicked me out. I don't know. All right, let me look for the big Hamite real quick. What's going on? All right, so I'm gonna try to get to you all's comments. I appreciate y'all interacting with us, man. But yeah, man, it's going down on the clubhouse, man. It's really been the clubhouse really has been a kind of a disadvantage to the live streaming that we have been doing, because a lot of brothers and sisters have been really kind of occupied over there, and it's not recorded, right? So you can't go back and review or challenge any of the information, because once it's said, it's gone. So that's why I'm trying to encourage them to allow us to start recording in there, so that we can review some of the information and some of the statements that are being made. Let me call Big Hamite real quick, G-Con. See if I get G-Con on. Somebody asked, when did that happen?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice.
Yeah, he didn't call. He didn't answer. Let me see. Send me a link to the room. All right. So somebody asked, when did that happen? When exactly are you talking about? Are you talking about? I tried to give dates when I was talking about it. You had the fall of Rome, 193 AD. By the time the fall of Rome that came about through Septimius Severus and General Niger, 193 AD. Septimius Severus and General Niger, when it went to war against each other, Septimius Severus won that war. Then you have the rise of Diocletius, about 235 AD, and then Constantine. You have the rise of Constantine around about 315, 312 BC, and ultimately rise into power, creating the Byzantine Empire. Byzantine Empire pushed out the final leadership of the Roman Empire. They got pushed into the Caucasus Mountains. So you're talking about around about 360, 375, round about when you get to the year 400 AD, that's when you had Attila the Hun, right, come in and he wanted to strike up a deal around about anywhere between 400 and 500 AD. You had this Attila Hun come in, and so now we're dealing in the Dark Ages. It's this Dark Ages that they're calling the Dark Ages because dark people were ruling, right? So we try to get to a few more of your comments. Again, I appreciate y'all checking in with us here at the Source, man. I was on the Clubhouse and having an interesting conversation. We were talking about the 12 tribe chart, and then it transitioned to talk about Esau. So I don't know what happened to that room, man. I don't know where it just disappeared. It just disappeared. See if I can see if anybody else. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
As a treasure before the feet of my Father was forgiveness for your sins. And the 24 elders, who are the leaders of the Ecclesiae, cast their crowns at his feet. And the precept to that is Revelation chapter 4, verse 10 and 5:14. So if y'all didn't know who the 24 elders are, the 24 elders are the arch.
So like your family, that wasn't it. That was the 12 gifts. I was looking for the 12 tribes. So anyway, I don't know what happened to that room. Trying to get back in there. But let me deal with some of you all's questions. Let me scroll back up. Let's talk, family. Let's talk. Try to scroll back up a little bit. People was making comments. All right. Oh, G-Con says somebody ended the room. I don't know who did that. Maybe it was too much heat coming out. Let me see if I get G-Con on her, man. See if I can get him on her to talk with me. Yo. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, man, what happened to the room?
I don't know. I just looked in there. It's gone. Somebody ended it or something. Somebody probably ended it.
Oh, okay. You want to come on? You want to come on the stream yard?
I ain't gonna be able to come on there right now.
Man, you a sucker, man. I was on your grass, boy, and I'm recording right now too, just to let you know.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, well, somebody had the grave there. Who ended the room though?
Oh no, that was whack, man. I'm looking and scrolling like, damn, what happened to the room?
And somebody, I'm gonna stop getting about that grain thing because that's starting to get ridiculous. They eating rolls.
Yeah, like we was right in the middle of it, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got like 41 people on here watching right now, man. They comments all over the place. I want to see if you want to come on here and deal with some of these questions, boy. People got questions, man. Especially on that Deuteronomy 28:68, man. You was butchering that, man. That was horrible, bro.
I did the
No. No, man. You gotta piece all this stuff together, man. When you start to go into history, man, it really, I mean, you can't deny this stuff, man. How did these people start traveling all over the world? How did they go into captivity to the four corners?
They're probably gonna get this other room over there.
What room?
I'm gonna ping you to it right now.
What's the name of it?
Hebrew Israelites on trial. You better come on with it.
Oh man, I ain't going in there, man. So you try to gang up on me, man. You damn Christians, man. Try to gang up on me.
You better come in and defend me. I ain't talking about that.
Okay. I see, man. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in there. You going in?
Yeah, I'm in here right now.
All right, I'm finna jump in there. All right, so listen, family. For those that don't know nothing about Clubhouse, that's what goes on, and you know, a bunch of novices in there, man. Reason I say a bunch of novices, family, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to those brothers and sisters, man, but it's a lot of them that have not went through the proper tutelage, the proper channels of tutelage, which is important, man. This is why these are the things that we promote, you know, the proper channels of tutelage. All right, so somebody says here, moreover, Esau was called ruddy and David was called ruddy. If you look for a person, it's going to show you as a so-called black person. I don't know about that, man. The thing is about the word ruddy just simply means red. There's more than one, there's multiple shades of red. And so in the Hebrew, there's only one word for red, right? So you have the red, like in the tent that was on the tent during the tabernacle. You have that red, right? You have the red heifer, right? And you have the ruddy red of King David, and you have the red of Esau. These are three different reds: the red heifer, the red on the tabernacle, King David being called red, and Esau being called red. Those are four different reds, but they all use the same Hebrew word, right? So it's important that you take in consideration context, right? All right, somebody says here, that sound, mind, killed, pushed out, and mixed in with Edom. Okay, I can get with you. Put the link in the chat. Okay, I got you. Yashar, gonna do it right now. Put the link in the chat. Come on in, brother. All right, fam. I'm finna go in this room. They be trying to come for the Hebrews, man, on this Clubhouse, man. So, you know, we be going in there, we be having to defend the way, man. So let's see what they talking about.
Culture in America. That was the perfect question, couple. You don't understand how good that was.
The debate that y'all said was supposed to be on YouTube or Zoom. My friends were ready to watch that shit. They were ready. Brad told everybody.
Listen, do you know what I read? New material. It's just it's Aluda Equiano, and that's it, my nigga. Like y'all niggas.
It's the same stuff. There you go. Hold up. Invite him.
They got that.
Yo, Ayenya, wait, Kamu, please. I'm sorry, bro. Ayenya, you might join up, bro.
What's up?
Yeah, so Ayenya, I just want to say firstly that before I was able to finish my sentence, I was going to tell you that I accept your apology. Whatever you have to do is what you have to do. But like, you know, all of us in here, we just, you know, we're kind of disappointed that, you know, the lack of responsibility of, you know, you not being there ready to debate us and shit like that. But like, I accept your apology. I shouldn't say that. And
well, I kind of already told you, and I don't really do that history too much. I got like 3 or 4 other brothers that do that, but yeah, I said that was my bad, you know.
But the first one was about salvation, so why you couldn't do that?
Yeah, it was salvation. I didn't know y'all wanted. Hold on, wait. Hold on. I didn't. I knew it was like what, like 4. That was like 3 people who wanted to debate, so I had to get like 2 or 3 other people who wanted to.
Hey, what was y'all debate on?
I didn't know how it was.
Wait.
They wanted to debate on salvation, but I don't know if they want to do it no more. Then the second one was the law.
I asked them if they want to debate any other topic. They said no. So
yeah, I talked. Well, y'all came in there like.
Well, I mean, but you gotta remember.
That.
But the thing was, it wasn't so much.
Wait a second.
So the thing is, it don't matter. That's how business works. You wasn't there. Don't bother me. Cool. Let's go on to the next. There's 8 debates in total. I'm not gonna sit here and wait on y'all. No, we're going to the next topic. If you don't want to do that, okay, cool. You sit here getting disrespectful. You a grown ass man. Stand on your square. Stop acting like a little ass girl. Exactly. All them dumb ass niggas don't respect you. They here to the most part. That's how I look at it. That's how I look. I'm not debating them. All of them. They ran.
And bro, and I got another question. Who's the moderator for our debate?
It was going to be.
Who?
It was going to be Corey.
No,
hell fucking no. No disrespect, bro. Hell no. I don't want that dude. I don't want him. If we're going to debate, I don't want him as a moderator.
All right. Well, you got the.
I know a perfect moderator.
Here. Yo, so y'all gonna do the debate on Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Well, biblical debate.
It's cool, but you can't really show sources on there. I mean, you see what them dudes was
debate
doing when I was in the room. I just asked what the
debate's
culture was,
cool.
and they talking about language and shit.
Yeah, I mean, we can always screenshot and PTR it.
That's not happening. I'm not doing that shit.
No, that's crazy. No, I would do that shit on YouTube where you can share your whole screen.
I wasn't there, but they sent me the recordings of what happened in the group. Nobody really from our side of it got disrespectful but y'all people. I'm gonna be honest, and I'm truly someone who be unbiased about shit. And I'm mostly disappointed because I really wanted to do this debate on the history thing. And
she really did. She actually studied, y'all, bro. She had daggers upon daggers.
I had shit ready, bro. Like I don't even debate anymore.
I know another brother that, you know, a real top brother. It's actually Jeremiah right here that gives him that history, but I don't think he really.
I mean, does he do anything about salvation either, too?
Yo, what's going on? What's going on, man? What's going on, family?
Hey, Jeremiah, you a Israelite, bro?
Yeah.
Oh, there's peace. I was in the other room, and I just had a question. Can y'all show me the Hebrew Israelite culture that's being practiced in West Africa, and then getting off the boat in America? Like specifics.
Yeah, I got you right here.
Yeah. We're gonna bring something out. I got my brother here. Listen, I'm recording this conversation. That okay with y'all?
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's cool. You know, but can you answer the question?
Yeah. I'm finna do it right now, bro.
Okay, cool.
All right, so have you all heard of a book called Hebrewism in Western Africa?
Yeah, I got that book.
Yeah, I heard of that book.
Mm-hmm. Okay, y'all don't accept that as a source?
I mean, it's cool. Just read it.
Okay. Yashar, you ready?
Yeah, the book is free on the internet. It's on the library.
Yeah. No, I was talking to the brothers from the bring the information out.
Oh, who like the dude on the stage?
No. He's here with me. He's here. I'm on the Source Debate League, man. This is what we do, man.
Peace, bro.
Yeah. Shar, you there?
Yeah, I'm on that.
If it's okay, can I ping somebody in right quick?
Yeah, no, we don't need nobody pinged in.
You remember? Oh, I was gonna give Ramon.
Okay. Okay.
No, Rob Boy ain't finna debate this.
Let me ask you a question.
All right, hey, my brother's speaking to y'all. Y'all let me know if y'all can hear him.
Can y'all hear me? They probably can't hear me.
Hey, they can hear you. Hey, yo, can y'all hear me in the room? I'm gonna answer the question.
You want to know about?
Hold on, 1 second. Hey, can y'all hear me, man? I'm about to answer the question. All right, hey, go ahead, Yashar. They can hear you.
Where's Tunisia or Tunis in Morocco located? Is that located in Northwest Africa? I'm sorry, family. I got my twins over here right now. Give me a second.
Hey, he asked y'all a question. Could y'all hear that?
Bro, Morocco is in Africa. I'm specifically talking about West Africa and the Americas.
It's not Morocco and Tunis in Northwest Africa. Am I not mistaken, or am I tripping?
Morocco? No. Listen, right? So the black people.
I didn't just say Morocco. I said two names, brother. Don't focus on something that's not.
It's not West Africa, bro.
Tunis is not Northwest Africa.
We come from West Africa.
Did you hear my question, man? It's like you just ignoring what I'm asking you.
Morocco, bro.
Tunis. Is Tunis in West Africa? Yes or no?
West Coast.
Calm down.
Bro, listen, man. I'm very calm, and the dude keep avoiding my question like he don't understand what I'm saying.
Brother, you talking about Morocco? Morocco is not in West Africa.
Tunis, brother, Tunis. Start with a T. Is Tunis in Northwest Africa?
Oh, you said Tunis, correct?
Yeah, Tunis, yeah.
No, it's not, bro. Wait, you talking about Tanzania?
Yeah, this brother don't even know what he's talking about, bro. He don't even know what
you talking about? Can you spell out what is Tunis? Spell out what you're saying. Spell out what you're saying.
Tunis.
Right?
How hard is that, brother?
Tunis. That's what he said.
Tunis.
So he don't know what that. He don't even know what that. He don't even know about the. He don't even know about the location.
It don't matter. You can't look it up if you're correct, stupid.
Hey, come on, man. We ain't gotta do that, man.
He good. He getting his feelings right now. You know what I'm saying? When they, you know how that goes. When they don't have no answers for nothing, that's how to do it.
Chill out.
I have it. Hey, yo.
You can't even answer a simple question, bro.
It's Northwest. It's the situation on the Mediterranean coast of Northwest Africa, midway between the Atlantic Ocean on the Nile Delta. There you go.
Okay. We're not dealing with North Africa. We're dealing with West Africa.
All right. You hear him, Yashar?
Yeah, I hear him. So
why did he bring up North Africa?
What specifically do you want from West Africa? Specifically.
We're talking about West Coast. We're talking Ghana, Nigeria.
I think he's asking about.
You want the Gold Coast? Is that what you want? You want the Gold Coast?
Northwest. I think he's saying that that's west.
He heard it.
Yeah, go ahead, Yashar.
It's just in the one at a time, no.
It's getting crazy on here.
I gotta hold tight, bro. I gotta get my twins right now.
All right, no sweat. All right, so let me ask y'all something, man. Let me ask y'all something. Are y'all familiar with the Olu Equiano?
Yes.
Oleano Equiano, that's what you talking about?
Oh yeah, Olu Equiano, yeah.
Yeah. You talking about the brother from England, right?
The brother from Africa that died in England, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, so he connect his ancestral practice with the Israelites. You deny that source?
Okay, real quick before I address that, right?
Yeah.
What do they got to do with my question, bro? I'm asking you specifically, right? In West Africa, where our people come from before the slave trade, where is the Hebrew Israelite culture practiced in West Africa into the Americas? That's my question. I'm not talking about Oleano, Ekiano. I'm not talking about Northeast Africa, Morocco, none of that.
Okay, so
if you don't know, bro, it's cool to say you don't know.
Bro, I'm just looking over a few things here, man. All right.
Oh, that's peace, bro. That's peace.
I'm just looking over a few things here. All right, so specifically in West Africa, I don't have a direct source.
Yeah, what you say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I have a source here called The Black Jews of Africa by Edith Bruder. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it a little bit.
Okay. So
what do he say?
Edith Bruder is a white woman. Okay, and she connects African Americans with the Hebraic culture of Africa. Okay, if you're looking for something directly that about West Africa specifically, I don't have no source offhand. But I'm sure I can find some sources on it. But right now on the spot, I don't have nothing offhand. But I can read a few of the excerpts from this book concerning some of the Jewish practices of the.
Now you good, bro. You just whenever you do figure it out, we can chop it up.
So I not to cut you off. I read the summary of that book. It's called The Black Jews of Africa, about history, religion, and identity. Yeah. So basically, what she's talking about is Judaism. We're not saying that you're not a Jew if you okay. Hold up. How can I respond? You're a Jew by practicing Judaism, but we want to see the actual ethnicity part, because you can find anywhere Igbos practice Judaism. They practice Judaism, but it's not founded where their bloodline actually goes to a Israelite. In fact, it's more common to see if it goes back to Ishmael and not Isaac.
But when you're talking about the people from Nigeria, right? You don't even got to go that deep. You just see Igbo landed in America, and you see these people practicing the Orishas. Why aren't they calling on Yahweh? If they were Hebrew Israelites in West Africa, why would they come off the boat practicing the Orisha?
Are you familiar with the Hebrew that's found in the church? And
oh man. All right.
Oh man, what? Who was that that said, "Oh man"? Because listen, if we can set up a formal discussion on this without a problem, man.
Bro, I'm about to roll out, but I say all that to say that Hebrew Israelite culture was started in America by William Sanders Crowley. You don't see that practice off the boat. You don't see that before the Europeans in West Africa.
I would love to. I would love to take that debate, man.
Excuse me.
Why you want to take a debate when you don't even got no answer for my question right now? You got to get back to me.
I would love.
You ain't got to get back to nothing. You ain't got to get back to nothing.
Okay. Let me ask you another question, right? So you got the 15, 16, 1700.
West Africa is Nigeria.
You got You got the
What's going on?
Latinos,
Is the
right?
homie in West
Who
Africa?
was Christianized by the Spaniards. You got the Bozolas, right? Who were enslaved straight from Africa, and they escaped straight off the boat. So these people was not the Bozolas was not westernized by the Europeans. So why are they practicing the I mean I think it's Obeah, not Obeah, but no, it is Obeah. So why aren't the Maroons in the 1500s fresh off the boat calling on Yahweh?
Because we was knee deep in paganism. That's why.
I can answer that question if allowed.
It's real simple. We was knee deep in paganism. That's what happened when we linked up with our brothers, our relatives up in West Africa and North Africa.
Yeah, so
that's where we actually started to do all these different paganism things. When we started to mix our power with that paganism, bro. Like it's all sourced up,
I
bro.
don't know if I can narrow it down to a tribe, but I could say it was the Ewe people.
You say what?
The Ewe people.
They was calling on Yahweh?
Yeah. It's actually written out in English, pronounced as Y-E-W-E.
What?
Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how they pronounce it. So yeah, they was calling on Yahweh in West Africa.
So are you talking about the deity, or what are you?
It's spelled like E-W-E if you Google it.
All right, E-W-E.
Okay, you have these people. Okay, that's good, right? So when they got to America, where did these people go? Well, let me ask you, where did these people go, and what did they practice when they got here? Because it wasn't Yahweh. They wasn't calling on Yahweh.
That's the line.
If you look at it, we retained a lot of like practices. One of them is libations. That's one of them.
That's from you saying pouring libations is like practicing Hebrewism.
I mean that's just one of them. You know what I'm saying? And if you ask the Iwi people themselves,
that's the origin. Because I mean that's Africans practice that before being Christianized. Right. Right.
Well, I just wanted to chime in and just show you that it was calling on Yahuwah Yahweh in West Africa. And also before I mute out, I also want to point out that it means Hebrew.
Okay, you got a source on those specific group of people you talking about?
Can you PTR?
I can mute out and go get it and let you know.
No, you can.
Yeah, but Yahoo.
Stay on.
Yeah.
Just give me the source.
Hey, peace, shalom. What's up, General? What's good? Hey, can I holler at the brother before he leaves? Because he said he about to leave. I just want
to the way those people pronounce.
So it's cool.
Hey, I got a brother that want to speak to y'all real quick.
Yeah. So what's up, my brother? You were saying that there were no Israelites in West Africa. That's what you're saying?
My question to you is, right, what group of people in West Africa that was practicing the Hebrew Israelite culture before the European got there and in the Americas?
Okay, so the question you asking is not really fully thought out from what you're asking me, but I'll just say real quick. For one,
criticize my question.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. The reason why I'm saying it is because what do you mean by European? What's a European? If you mean, do you mean the European that I think you're talking about?
Bro, Europe, right? So what European you gonna go to? I'm just play too. What you? No, bro, because he's just trying to deep from what I'm saying. He don't
No, I'm not. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. If you're saying European didn't come on the scene till the Middle Ages. So if you're asking that question, you had several Israelite kingdoms in Africa before the European even got there. Now,
Yeah, what are the names?
Okay, you had the Axumite dynasty. You had the kingdom of Damat was ruled by Israelites.
So
You had
you talking about the knock culture?
not the knock, DMT.
Yo, Kevin, I'm out, bro. But just ask him that shit.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Before you go, bro, I wanted to give you my number, man, because I want to set up either a debate or a dialogue with you brothers, so we can deal with this formally, man. All right, you got something to write it down real quick. I'm gonna give you my number.
PTR. I got you, bro. I know your YouTube channel, so you chill with Genesis 49, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
PTR. Yeah, I just saw that cool stuff.
Oh, that's Genesis 49, the homeboy? Yeah. Okay. I mess with their video.
PTR, Kelvin.
Yeah, I don't sound like it. You sound real scofful. My favorite person on Genesis 49's thing is Black Jesus Minister. Black Jesus Minister is the best debater out there, right? You say Black Jesus Minister?
Yeah.
That's the most brother. I don't even debate.
Next time, I didn't have many discussions with that brother. Next time you talk to him, tell him he said, "What's up?" You know.
Hey, yo, I'm out. Yo, Kevin, just keep asking them that, bro.
Hey, you know how to contact me, though?
I had a question, man.
You know how to contact me, bro?
For the brother there.
Hey, I got my summer piece.
But peace to you, my brother, before you leave, right? It was nothing but I was just dropping some info on you, but it was all
okay. Hold on, yeah, I'm gonna let you get back to that because I want to hear that, man. But I wanted to get the brother my contact before he got out of here.
Yeah, handle your business.
Okay, what's your number, bro? What's your number?
It's 405 889 8671. Listen, man, I want to set this up terribly, man, bad. All right, so we got some information, and I would love to bring it out and to have this dialogue with you brothers.
All right, peace, bro.
Peace.
Yeah. See you coming.
All right, hey, hold on, family. The brother wanted to say a few more things to you about some of the tribes in Okay, hold up. He want to say a few more things to y'all real quick. Hold up. Go ahead, they can hear you. They can hear you,
Yeah, now I was just basically walking down the timeline.
Yeah, go ahead.
Israelites in Africa. So as I stated, you go through the kingdom of Damat as well as Axum, and then you go to the kingdom of Simeon, and that's not mentioning the kingdoms that was associated with those people on the other side of the Red Sea, but we're in Africa going east to west. So you got the Simeon kingdom, and then from there you have what's called Wagadu or the Ghanaian kingdom, and from there you see a dispersion of the Israelites. And what a lot of brothers be saying and they don't really understand is they like to say they are Khan or they are Shanti or they Yoruba, but all of those tribes come from a parent stock. And one of the main stocks of all these West African tribes is Israel. I'm not saying, or the information doesn't say every slave, because you had the Carthaginians, you had the Egyptians, and you had like the Garamanti people that was also in West Africa, but Israel was a big majority of it. Like I said, the kingdom of Wagadu was founded by Israelite Dingasisi. He come from the east. His son was named Dayamin El Yaman from above Yemen. So when we look at the historical record that's really written by the Arabs and is only translated in stuff like French or you might see some in German, but it's not really in English. So you see these kingdoms, and like I said, when the Muslims came, they made us submit to the Most High, so they destroyed us. You feel me? So we turn into tribes, and these brothers like to stick to these tribes, and they like to stick to this paradigm to where we. And I've heard them say it. They say we ashamed to be in trees or chucking spears or bones in our noses, when that's the situation we was in at that period of time, and their understanding, which is basically nothing but the Hamite hypothesis, or what I call the hatred for the Hamite hypothesis. That hypothesis states that, yeah, niggas or black people been in Africa, in the center of Africa all our life, and all we evolved to, or all we could further, was not writing and jumping out of trees. That's bullcrap. That's like the wars that was happening. So what you see is a lot of Israelite culture that's in West Africa. You have African tribes practicing the law of jealousy. And I know my Israelite brothers know what that is. That's in Numbers. When the husband suspects his wife of doing something, she drinks a potion. They do that in Africa. They still do that in certain places in Africa. You have situations where Isaiah, he spoke against Israel practicing charms and sorcery and voodoo, speaking into certain objects. That's practiced heavily. And yeah, that's all African culture. Like the fetish man. You had the fetish man in wars that was, people had against Israel. You had the king of Babylon looking into the liver of animals, forecasting the future. They still do that in Africa. So, that's material that you can read, like, and you can see. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to say though on that question.
Shalom, family. Hey, now
So,
look.
Tyler, you want to respond to that? I have one question. So you said Axel was Ethiopian kingdom.
Say a question again.
You said Axum, right? You said you mean the kingdom of Ethiopia, right?
Axum. Yeah, Axum.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what you meant?
Right, the Axumite Empire that was founded by
Yeah, he's
yeah.
Ethiopia, bro. He's on Ethiopia.
Oh, okay. So like, my thing is, so what? So how are they Israelites? Like how is their origin is Israel? Besides the Beta Israelis, like Axum itself.
What you said about it, Israeli?
Because the holiest forms of the Bible or transcriptions is this book called The Bangers of Righteousness. And they out here mixing indigenous culture with with Christianity. They took it and flipped it.
Yeah, to add on to that real quick, Kelvin, I just want to say the very first king of the Aksumite Empire was a Christian. He wasn't a Jew at all. He was a Christian man. So
nah, actually he wasn't
Yermia, can you hear me out?
Yeah.
Okay, so I got this source right here, right? It's called Hebrew Heritage of Black Africa. And the sister, she made a good point about she not being able to see the practices as far as the names and the languages and all these different things with our ancestors that's over in the West Indies or even in the Americas, right? So let me read this real quick. This is from chapter 4, Ashanti Hebrew. It says, this chapter is devoted to an analysis of some of the similarities between Ashanti and Hebrew customs and practices in two basic categories: language usage and customs and religious practices, right? So let's see what who is this? Let me see. Let me get this guy's name real quick. No, this is not Edith Bruder. No. This is coming from. Let me get his. I gotta find his name real quick. Sorry. His last name is Williams, but I want to get his first name. Right.
Joseph.
I don't want to lie. a second. Give me a second.
Joseph J. Williams.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Professor Williams. Professor Williams from, let me give, okay, so this is Dr. Williams, right? Where's your professor at? Okay, so I don't see exactly where Professor Williams is an actual instructor at, but this is the book that I got. It's called The Hebrew Heritage of Black Africa by Stephen Jacobs, right? And Moses Farrar. And in chapter 4, he really focuses on the customs between the two. So what he says is, hey, guys. What he says is this. He says, Williams observed that the very term used by the natives to make Ab or Ob, which has come to Jamaica from the old Ashanti slaves, is idiomatically the same as the scriptural kasab found in 2 Kings 21:6 of the Bible. One of the crimes charged against King Manasseh, and which literally means he made Ab. So right here we're seeing a description, right, of our ancestors actually dealing with our heritage, but it's intertwined and intermixed with paganism. Right. We've been in North Africa, Central Africa, making our way to the West. Okay, if you understand the migration pattern and not just be focused on those who are in the land now or from the 17th century or 18th, like, come on, bro, go back a little bit further. If you go back a little bit further, I guarantee you're going to see exactly what we see. That's only if you're being honest with the information, right? A lot of y'all don't like to be honest with the information because what we be talking about, y'all come to find out it's a fact. But then because when we ask y'all for these sources, y'all don't have nothing to give us. Y'all just have rhetoric. Y'all have a whole lot of rants. Y'all have a whole lot of opinions. You feel what I'm saying? So my point, I made my point. I'm just expounding on my point. Right? You missed my point? Did you miss it? Because I read it clearly.
One thing you say we go, but listen, you said we go far back.
What?
We can not kingdom is damn near 5,000 years old. That predates the story of the Bible. I'm just letting you know that right now. Like it's we've been in West Africa way before the thought. I'm trying to tell you where is.
Man, give me a time frame that you're talking about. Give me a time frame you're talking about. I don't want to just hear you. I don't want to just hear you ramble about, oh, we've been somewhere in this, all this. Give me a time frame. Give me a source where I can fact check what you're talking about.
Well, it would date back to what 150 BC.
Where's the source that you're getting this information from, brother?
I thought that was 2000 BC. Wait, actually,
2000 BC. Okay.
Yeah. Where's the source that you're getting this information from? These numbers.
So you're talking about the kingdom of Damat, DMT? Is he talking about Damat?
Like 1200 BC, like 900 BC.
What kingdom are you talking about? What kingdom you talking about?
Well, it's still older than the Bible.
Bro, you ain't gave us no source to even substantiate what you're talking about. You just
want me to PTR
to the choir, brother. I don't want to hear you preach. Where the source at?
Okay. I was still not kingdom.
But bro, you gotta understand, bro. That was there before Israel came there.
Man, I just need them to source up, man.
Israel did not come. Israel didn't come there until 1000 BC.
He believes that they were practicing Judaism because they're practicing Christianity and paganism.
It's not Judaism.
Nobody said anything about Judaism. Nobody mentioned that.
It's just like the Hebrews in the first source. Just like
If you listen to the oral tradition of the Ethiopian people, they tell you that Solomon came into the kingdom, or rather his son came into the kingdom, along with about 12,000 of the heads of the family of Israel and other people of Israel. They came into the kingdom. You see, Queen of Sheba or Makeda, she gave, because it used to be a matrilineal kingdom. She turned it over and came Israel, and it turned into a patriarchy. So yeah, the kingdom of Damat was there for a long time, but after a while, when the son of Makeda came, Menelik, it became Israel, and along with the 12,000 or so Israelites that came there with them. They came roughly around 1000 BC. And you also got to look at there are also traditions of Israelites coming there right at the time of Moses. You have some records of them when they're on the journey, and some go to Israel, and some don't even leave out of the mainland of Africa. They become the sons of Moses. They're called the sons of Moses in a lot of old writings. So Israel has always been there, but as far as it goes with the Ethiopian people, so to speak, it basically started with Makeda.
So just bouncing back to this West Africa thing, man, because this is what the conversation started with, right? So this is what Professor says again. Now we're dealing with the language, right? That's and titles that's used by our ancestors, not only in what you call West Africa, but in the West Indies, Jamaica, right? Barbados, all of these different places, Haiti, where they claim to be of Ashanti, right? So let's see where the word come from. Let's see where the word come from, right? What?
Ashanti.
What word? Man, the word Ashanti has itself a strong Hebraic flavor, says Professor Williams. The terminal syllable T in the names of West Africa tribes usually has the general meaning of the race of, or the men of, or the children of, explains in his book about the Central Plateau region of Nigeria. William reaches the same conclusion that this would make Ashanti the people of Ashan. There was, in fact, a town of the name Ashan in the domain of Judah, Yehuda, right? This is coming from a professor, my man.
But
A
look,
doctor
let me land back with this. What does Joshua 7:1 say? Because the Ashanti come from the Akan people. And when you read in Joshua 7:1, matter of fact, I'm gonna go to it real quick.
And then when you finish that, go to Joshua 15:42.
All right, I got you. Joshua 7:1. Look what it says in Joshua 7:1 right quick. It says, but the children of Israel committed a trespass in the accursed thing.
Hold up 1 second. What was that, D-Red?
If they don't subscribe to the Bible, you can't use the Bible as a source.
If they talking about the Bible, why you can't use the Bible? That's always been crazy when I heard
If I
somebody
may
say
indulge,
if you're drawing your criticism from the Bible,
living in the
you have
country
every
of
right to
present-day
use the
Ghana
Bible.
and
That's
Ivory
crazy.
Coast, the Khan language is known from
So when you read, hold on, sister,
and
let me finish
F-A-N-T
reading this.
because
Hold
I
on. Just calm
It
down.
says, are the group of dialects
So what the
within the
sister is saying right
central
now,
we dealing with sources.
what the sister is saying right
Let's
now,
just deal with
Hold
sources.
on. Let's have some order. Man.
Her knowledge is superior than the doctor that actually studies West Africa. This is what the sister's telling you right now.
1 second, Yashar, because I want you to be heard, man. Y'all go ahead on the clubhouse. Go ahead.
It's actually pronounced Inyame.
Sorry, can I chip in real quick? I don't know if this was considered prior to this stage of the discussion, but it is very possible that all Israelites are Hebrews, but not all Hebrews are Israelites. Remember, remember the lineage of Israel descended from Eber. Eber had other children as well. So it's very likely other children of Eber migrated to other places, and we might be mistaking them for Israelites instead of seeing them for the Hebrews that they are. So Eber had other children, but they may not be Israelites. So let's not try and conflict everything together.
But the thing is, it shows in the bloodline because even scientists say, yes, it can be traced back, but at the end of the day, its majority of the chance is from the Arabs, not from Isaac, not from
Since we brought up Eber, I want to go back to what I said earlier. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that the Iwi people, Iwi actually means Hebrew. Yeah. All right. So it's sort of like a transliteration. Okay. So it's really pronounced as like ERVERH. That's how they pronounce it. Before that,
they had another name.
Well, okay, let me finish. All right. So let me just linguistically just break it down. Well, not linguistically, but okay, I said ERVERH. All right. So that E, that's a vowel. So that can be a I. You know what I'm saying? And then the V is interchangeable with the letter B. And then we have that R sound at the end, and that's IBR. Eber. So Iwi means Hebrew. Just wanted to put that out there.
Means Hebrew. So you found a word in Hebrew that matches with the Niger Congo language, and you just want to say they related because they sound the same?
No, it has the same chord. The IBR.
That's not how language works.
But that's not how they not. Can you show a genetic relationship between Niger Congo languages and Hebrew? Because because Niger Congo is not an Afro-Asiatic.
Well, I'm just saying what these people say themselves.
Wait, they say that themselves?
Yes, they say that themselves.
Well, I'm sorry, I was listening. What did they say themselves? Can you repeat that, please?
They say that Iwi means Hebrew, and they also call him the name Yahweh.
Who says that? Are you talking about the Jews? Or are you talking about
I'm talking about the airway people.
Can you source? Where'd you get that? Yeah, can you source that?
Can you get a citation?
When are y'all gonna source?
Let's just do it like this.
When are y'all gonna source
these people, bro?
It's spelled in the English EWE.
Right. You people, y'all don't know who he talking about, yo?
That shit says a female sheep.
Yes, exactly.
There's not no problem.
Exactly.
No,
but
come we talking about
okay, the E-Way people. I see that they
come from Ghana, right? for the trick already. You know what I'm saying? I didn't wait for
No. I got you. I got it. The E-Way people, right? They come from Ghana, right? So let's just type in the E-Way people, God. Let's see who come up. Let's see if Yahweh gonna come up.
I think Summer got it on her stuff.
They practice voodoo, bro.
No, go to E-Way, type in W.
Do you even know what voodoo is? Do you even know what the word means? Like,
so
this is crazy, bro. Like, you
no
using words you don't even know what it
I
is.
said Y-E-W-E. That's the name of the deity.
Right, but okay. So the person that they were talking, the person that they worshipped, to be honest and frank, give me one moment so I can read it to you because it's in my PTR. They practice voodoo,
it's
and
like
they,
kind of days of the week.
it means soul. It's the worship of Tornado, Sofa, Asti, a shrine, and I can PTR the shrine for you. On top of that,
wait, you don't even got to do it like this, right? It says Christianity arrived among the E-Way.
Are y'all familiar with all of this? Like,
yes,
bro, we talking about before Christianity, bro. Like be tripping, bro.
Listen real quick. Major missions were established after.
What are you reading, bro? What are you reading?
You don't have the Europeans You don't have the Bible.
Actually, do what is he reading, bro?
Regions before
Hey, Yashar, go ahead and
so
jump in on the clubhouse, man, so they can hear you.
Israelite culture.
Jump in
Nah,
on
man,
the
because they're gonna kick me off for the clubhouse, bro. I got time for that.
Which has nothing to do with Hebrews.
Oh, okay.
And that name, that the one that you said that it means Hebrew,
because it don't mean
it became Hebrew. It became.
That's one question. That's one question I never got an answer to. What does Iwi mean? Because it doesn't mean female sheep. I know that's a quick Google search.
All right.
That's all we're really doing right now.
All right, so hold up, man. Let me say this, man. Whoever this brother Jeffrey is who got a problem with the like button, I just want to know, have you hit the like button? If you ain't hit the like button, how are you gonna tell me to stop with the like image? We got 2 likes on here. So we're not on the screen, so support the channel. Support the channel, man. Right? So okay, if you did hit the like button, I appreciate it. Okay, but I don't know when you hit the like button. But again, we don't have no visuals. This is all audio. All right, so we want others to support the channel. It's more than 40 people watching on this channel. Hit the like button.
You before it became Hebrew, what is the meaning?
So I got a question. Y'all said.
Wait, one second. One second. Let's start.
You said you mentioned something about it had a meaning before that. So like I'm depending on you to tell me what the meaning was.
But that's you said that it meant Hebrew. But from scholarly sources, it said before it became Hebrew, it means something else. And my thing is, you sound very knowledgeable about. That's why I want to know. That's the thing. If they were practicing this, it was Hebrew.
Yeah, Tyro, do you even know?
There's actually a brother down there that's part of the Iwe tribe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I spoke with an Iwe brother too, in one of these groups.
Bro, you talking about some modern day stuff. I'm asking you specifically before 1840, why are these people worshiping voodoo instead of Yahweh?
Israelites did a lot of stuff.
They weren't.
Right. Okay. We can do it like this. I'm gonna say this. Can you show me something of
Can him? Why?
Hold on real quick.
After in the scripture, why we worship voodoo?
No. We're not talking about no scriptures, bro. Let me ask you this, right? Let's give me something of what the Iwe people said themselves of them worshiping Yahweh.
First of all, we don't go by the word Iwe, so that's also a European term.
Oh, right.
Okay. Right. So
Terrell brought this up. So we just going to all he brought up.
We are as the people. Nobody can pronounce that, right? We are called by our power. Our power is called Yahweh, not Yahweh. Yahweh. But you cannot pronounce it without knowing the tongue. That's why European they can pronounce it. So that how you
spell the tribe? How you spell it?
What he said? What he said? The D was Yevin.
If you have to listen. If you have to write our name, we have to use European script, Latin script to write our tongue now because our tongue is written in ancient pictograph. Nobody usually the elder they can put that together, but youngster we don't know how to read and write our own tongue because it's ancient, right? We have to use European script now to write.
Yes. I'm familiar with that.
Those letters be changed, so the W and D is not where that's not there. They have to substitute that with that. So the letter that's supposed to be there is either you can use it for V or you can use it for W. So a lot of times that's where pronouncing the Most High name becomes complicated, right? We are called by His name. That's just how it is. We are called by our power. So we are.
Okay, hold on. Okay,
hold on real quick, bro. So what's the name of your tribe? Like where you come from?
We are
spell it.
Again, we are Eve.
Eve.
Yeah, see, it's not spell it. E-W-E, you know?
If you want me to spell it in European terms, you can
So when he says European terms,
bro, just spell it.
No,
the name,
that's
bro.
the point, Kay. He's saying
not
that
correct.
the word is an ancient pictograph. That's how they wrote their name. But the English way of spelling it would be the way that he spelled it.
Right.
But
Which
to
is
get
what?
the authenticity of what it is saying, he can't do it because it's ancient. But the thing is, that E word, that's only a pronunciation. That's not the real translation of Hebrew. It's IVRI.
We understand.
Wow, you're gonna tell a man his own culture.
No, hold up. You said that's the hold up, but
that.
how are you going to say that?
That's
That's not your culture.
I'm not telling him his own
Give
culture.
me
I'm not
right
telling him his
real
own
quick. Let me talk to the brother who's saying, give me a source of your people calling on Yahweh.
What type of
My people calling on Yahweh?
We got plenty.
Come on, Terrell, bro, man. Like Terrell, you can't deal with
my people calling on Yahweh.
No, not your people, right? I'm talking about the brothers.
So are you a Hebrew Israelite?
For me?
Are you looking for? Hey, yo, one mic, yo.
Wait.
Okay, y'all shut up for like 2 seconds. Shut up.
Okay, can somebody refresh the room?
Yeah. So I'm gonna drop some people real quick. Actually, no. Wait, everybody just mute up.
All right. The point of this, but the question is still the same question. Can somebody please show me the Hebrew culture coming off the boats or in the land of West Africa? We're looking for a source.
Yeah, you can rap on talking points.
Can I answer that?
Sorry.
Oh my God, these niggas gotta come with some original shit.
Can I chip in real quick, please? Can I chip in real quick? Yeah, brother, I think you might need to specify your question. You know, I mentioned something earlier. If you're saying Hebrew culture, that is too broad. Just specify it to Israelites or the Jews, okay? Because it's possible that you could be a Hebrew but not an Israelite. Eva had other children.
That's a fact.
They likely migrated elsewhere. But going to say Hebrew Israelite, that might be a fast stretch. So I'm just saying it would be good if you
But the thing is, Hebrew is not a people. Hebrew is a language.
Okay, cool. I get the question. Anybody?
If you're coming from the angle, if you're coming from the angle that Hebrew is a language, anyone can pick up the language by virtue of trade or migration.
Yeah.
So I'm specifying the people by bloodline.
Thank you, Mr.
If you're talking about the people,
how
then
you
the
gonna agree
umbrella
with him and
goes
then say
beyond
thank
Israelites. The umbrella goes beyond
you?
Israelites. We're talking about the descendants
No,
of
I just
Israel.
said thank you.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know how to explain it. That's all.
Hold on. Everybody, you guys.
So now let's answer the.
Can I say something?
One second. Did you guys understand what Nelly just said? Anyone could be a Hebrew, not everyone is an Israelite.
Israelite, exactly.
That's the point. So yes, wait, hold on. So yes, you can say that there was Hebrews in West Africa. That don't mean they Israelites.
Yeah, exactly. Again, it can be Hebrew anyway. You have Hebrew Edomite, you have Hebrew Israelite, you have Hebrew Ishmaelite, you have Hebrew certain. So again, there is plenty of Israelites in West Africa.
So how do you know you're Israelite?
Yeah, how do you know you're
Israelite? Can we come down? Let's come down. Okay, we get circumcised. We pay dowry when we get married. We don't eat pork, right?
Right.
So pork, again, like the scripture is, like the Torah is our culture. We still practice the
Judaism.
Passover, which is called the Hokusur. Now, we don't even go according to Gregorian calendar. We still practice the calendar of our forefathers, which is the lunar calendar by the moon, right?
Judaism.
And also we have all tradition that is dated, but you know how we migrated to West Africa? We're not in our land. We're in exile.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question? Wait, can I ask a question? Wait, can I ask a question, please?
Brother from the house,
and also, me, Evans, right? Our land started from Accra to Lagos. That's why you call Evenigma, which means Hebrew land. When you look at the 1800 map, you see the kingdom of Awida.
Okay. All right, real quick.
Okay, hold on. Let me get on that map.
Wait, I wanted to ask a question.
Wait, yo, we need some order in here, bro. We need some order in here.
To ask.
See, this is why my group.
Man, y'all moderators trash, all right?
Hold on. Yo, Kim, give me a green, bro. Give me a green, Kim.
Next person to talk about somebody else. You're getting kicked. You're not getting invited back. If you can't answer the questions,
Jalen, make me mod right now. Y'all know.
I wanted to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to ask I don't know who was speaking. I think it was Prince. So I know that y'all mentioned that y'all have certain practices and rules that y'all follow, which is why to make y'all Israelite. So I'm gonna ask you, are you an Israelite by bloodline or Israelite spiritually?
Bloodline, because I came from an Ajah tribe. That's being Buddha.
Okay.
There's the Amon tribe, which is Levi. They're the rider. That is the name. Our name just says it. They got the Gad tribe, the Gadanga, which is the Gad tribe. You have the Dan tribe, which is Dahomey, the home of snake. That means snake in heaven, right? Then you have Home, Dahomey, which is if you go to Benin, the kingdom of Benin, the kingdom of Oyo. Man, we can go on and prove.
I was just asking a question. Relax.
We have plenty of sources, oral traditions. We actually have scholars.
Prince, that's fine. That's fine.
But Prince, you also believe in Jesus, Yeshua, huh?
Believe in Jesus. Okay, there's some of our people that do and some don't. Some keep the old way. Just like here, there's a lot of them don't and some do. They're just like that because you have to understand, right? Even back in the land right there, not everybody believes in Jesus. Some people still practice in the old ancient way. Some people do because European came in with their doctrines and stuff like that. So you have to understand, just like here, and it's nothing. Nobody is them. Everywhere we at and scatter, there's gonna be some people who believe and some people don't believe.
Okay, that's fine. You made a claim about the Ouida in West Africa. You know, the town of Ouida, right? I think Kelvin, what you say? The Ouida in West Africa. You know, the town of Ouida, right? I think Kelvin, what you say? The Ouida in West Africa. You know, the town of Ouida, right?
They couldn't know how to pronounce the name of the actual people. That is not called the Kingdom of Judah. It's not called I heard it. It's not Wade here. It's X. I think it's XWEIDA, and I think it's pronounced Ouida.
Ouida.
Yeah, Ouida. So what evidence do you have that proves those people are Israelites? Because
again,
all the evidence.
I just told you that. I just told you
practicing. All those people is practicing voodoo. They mess with snakes. They're messing with snakes. What proof do you have?
What do voodoo mean?
Then I have to go into the scripture. You have to understand the tribe of Dan.
See, I don't want to hear that scripture.
I
have a source.
Can't bring that up.
Can y'all listen?
This dude here is deal with it, bro.
Can I bring my point first?
I'm just trying to figure out what do voodoo mean. You keep mentioning voodoo, what they practice. What do the word mean?
Why is it that when we ask for history, y'all run to y'all? Like, what's this about?
Well, that's history.
That's not history. That's not credible. Don't even do that.
I have a credible source.
I gave a credible source, but you ain't trying to hear it.
The Bible's not credible. Stop that.
I didn't give the Bible as a credible source.
Are y'all ready? I have a source.
They dismissed the source that I gave earlier, yo.
Hey Prince, let me just 1 second, please. I ain't saying much yet. I'll just mute. Can I get into rotation somewhere?
Go ahead, bro.
I'm just trying to ask. All right. So for the people saying that the Bible is not a credible source, I suggest you research Public Law 97-280, where your House and your Senate has passed the Bible as the highest law in America. So for you to say that it's not a credible source, and one of the
don't even make sense.
Wait, are you doing that authority fallacy right now?
But you can go. If you bring any other sources, it's not gonna be.
No. This is
Prince, chill, bro.
This is a public law that was passed by both the House and the Senate in the United States. This is an official bill. So for people
What's your point?
You talking about the same United States that made treaties with the Indians and broke every single one of them?
Like really, bro?
I have a source right here if y'all want it for Oida.
Can I just finish my point real fast and y'all can take
I'm
off?
sorry, I didn't know you were.
So what we got that officially, and that's their law. Now I have my paperwork using that same law all the way up to the United Nations to back what I'm saying, using the scriptures, and both the United States and the United Nations recognize scripture as official law. So for us to say that that book is not a historical source or not credible, that's a very, very fictitious stance. That's not true.
I'm not saying that there's no truth in it. I'm saying, can you prove everything in that book?
Man, you can't prove everything that you know that you read in your life. So stop, knock it off with them
I was
stupid
trying
questions.
to say fictitious. I'm sorry, bro.
All right, that's
ridiculous.
By the way, those are just the facts. You can Google that right now.
Wait,
bro.
but I don't care.
I know what you're talking about.
I think we were just using that as a historical book.
Right, it's a source. It's a historical source.
And they don't want to hear. They don't want to hear that. They don't even want to hear the outside sources of the Bible. So I mean, I'm just saying.
So I think that's what Soul is getting at.
That's what I'm saying when I say credible. I'm not saying that there's nothing in it. I said credible.
But you didn't even let me finish my point before. If you didn't know if it was fresh.
You know what made it? The United States wouldn't have passed that bill if it wasn't credible. We're talking about a government. This ain't no.
Wait, repeat what you just said. Repeat what you just said.
I think what's referring to. Wait. Let me just say this, please. We're just talking
Let's get
about.
back to this.
Can I say this?
Let's go back to the
As it relates to
Wait,
Israel.
As
it relates to Israel.
One
this is 5 seconds.
All I'm trying to do is establish the credibility through a traceable.
Antonio, you can get the last word in, and then we get back to Prince.
Yes, I just wanted to say this. As it relates, the reason we're using the Bible, as it relates to Israel, the Bible is a historical reference to Israel. That's the only reason why we're using the scriptures.
That's all good. That's all good. Now, Prince, what were you saying again?
I can give my source now for Oida if y'all want it.
Yeah, they asked me.
And it's not from the Bible.
They brought out West African wisdom, voodoos and stuff like that as spiritual, right? So I went to the credible sources that I can go to, which is the scriptures, right? And it literally says in the scripture, right? Because I'm about to break down the Dahomey. Dahomey just literally means, the home of snakes, which is the tribe of Dan represent. According to scripture, they were cut off, right? They were cut off. So you have these people also in West Africa. You have all these tribes, not only one tribe. You have Ajah tribe, which represent Judah. You have Aaron tribe, which represent the Levite. You have the Gad tribe, which represent the Gadangbe, which is Gadangbe is 2 tribes, Dan and Gad. So we have those over there in West Africa. Those are the ones I know, right? And when you go to Yoruba, you go to Igbos. Those are also different tribes that also connected.
But hold on, Prince, I'm gonna stop you right there. You said the Gad, right? The Igbos already identified themselves as Gad. So unless you have two guidelines in West Africa.
Oh, bro. Igbo just one of the descendant of one of the son of Eri, right? Eri, right? So Gad, come on, man. Y'all got use common sense. Just because they claim to be Gad, doesn't all the other tribes can be Gad?
No.
He says something. Can I respond? He says something about Dan. And I know about Dan. Yes, the symbol of it is a serpent, but the meaning of it means God will judge you. It doesn't have to do anything about a snake or anything like that. Because if you really know the sign, it means waves, basically to judge on both sides.
They were judged. That's what they was cut off. What I'm saying is they represent their tribe. Even where they settle in West Africa, that's what they still practice.
Yeah, Prince, you're right. Yo, Prince, you're right, man. We're going to give you all of that. The Gadambe, the Igbo, the Erie, all of them. Now, check it out. Prince. Check it out. Did any of those tribes come to America?
Yes.
Good.
When you look at Haiti.
Now, check it out. Hold up. Let's walk slow.
This gonna be bad, bro.
So, any of those people, Igbo, the God, and the Nabi, we can trace these people here because you see their language and all of that. Where are those people in America, any community, out of any one of them tribes, saying that they are that?
I can tell you plenty of when you go to Louisiana, Like literally.
Hold up, no, because I'm from there. Oh no.
Okay,
let him finish.
Again, y'all keep interrupt.
Hey, D-Ray,
everybody that's in Louisiana.
You called
everybody that's in Louisiana.
Right there.
Look, when you look at Creole, right? When you look at Haiti or history, Creole is nothing but everything mixed with French. Because me myself, I'm from Togo. We were colonized by the French. Speaking Creole, I understand exactly what you're saying. Even our name is in Creole, right? So when you go to Louisiana, if you have anything similar to that, that fought against slavery in West Africa, against the icon, against certain things. You don't talk about
that's
that.
not what we're asking.
But again, what y'all ask, like y'all ask communities that claim to be envy. Yeah, I have brothers from here.
I feel you. I feel you. You
that come to me all the time.
This is what I'm gonna do, friend. Every tribe you said that is that, I'm gonna let you say that all of them people, they were Israelites. I'm gonna let you say, yeah, let's say that's true. Let's say that's true. So now you brought up Haiti, right? So when we look at how they set up their societies, they use the Nancho system, and they calling themselves by nation. They saying Igbo, Iki, they saying all of these things. They're calling themselves that. Not the European. The European, like, yo, these people is this. There's no DNA involved. This is these people calling themselves that, not the European. How come none of those people, even those Maroons that are there, the ones who are not colonized, who got their own language, own thing, why are they not saying that they any of them tribes? Why we can't find that in no record? And we'll stop at Haiti right there since you're there. Where that's at?
I don't understand the question. You got it because
the question is, of all of these tribes that you're talking about, and you brought up Haiti, they went there, and a lot of those people became Maroons, and these people cultures recorded, and they still set themselves up in nations, calling themselves their exact tribe. Why don't none of them say they any of these tribes are Israel? Where's
they
that?
Say it all the time. I mean, a lot of Haitians all the time that say they invade.
Yeah. Right now, you got people in West Africa saying it. You got people all over the place. I'm talking about in the. I feel you. I just want to clarify. And I'm gonna be quiet. I just want you to tell me what record you have of a community of the tribes you're talking about in Haiti or La Española. That's the first place he went.
Well, I haven't been there to tell you those experiences.
Okay, I got you.
I'm in America. And I have family in West Africa. I'm born and raised in West Africa. I go to West Africa, and I'm in America. I'm in Minneapolis. I go to the States and stuff like that. I talk to people all the time.
Right, but don't you think that's strange though? That you have people before the slave trade come, they know who they are, right? But when they get here, they don't know who they are. But when we see them, we can identify them by their cultural markers, by the gods they're calling on. You can just look at the revolution period by itself. You can see who they're calling on.
It had to be spiritual.
But some of that can happen through acculturation, though.
Yeah, it's a lot of things that's happening.
So they don't necessarily. That's not necessarily.
Not everybody.
We could accept the acculturation. That's why I'm real specific on what I'm saying. If I'm looking at the Maroons and all that, I see Orishas here. I see Voodoo here. That wasn't the where was the coach? Where was the
okay? But you got to also look at. But we can have this conversation because you already got to know.
I'm gonna tell you the pause because I want to wait for this fucking heat. All right, go ahead.
But you already know that some of those voodoo practices, some of those West African practices that you see are not even indigenous to West Africa. You already know the use of the chicken.
Okay,
the use of the chicken. Hold on. Let me finish. Right. The use of the chicken in ceremonial services. The chicken is not even indigenous to West Africa. The use of cowrie smells is not even indigenous to West Africa. Hold on. Because you're asking for cultural attachés, and you'll talk about voodoo. And you see the Orishas, and you see this, but some of those the actual practices within those worshiping spiritual systems are not even indigenous to West Africa. So so now you're gonna have to tell me where do those practices come from?
Okay, now what practice? You got to be specific. And now we talking about.
I just asked you the chicken, the sacrifice of the chicken, the sacrifice of the chicken. Where did it come from?
Check it out.
Where did it come from?
All right, check it out. Check it out. We know the chicken is indigenous to Asia. We know that. Obviously, there has to be some migration thing. That ain't an Israelite practice of chicken. I'm saying this.
But you see specific ancient Israelite custom of cupright, the sacrifice of the chicken. They do the exact same thing in voodoo and other spiritual systems in West Africa. So now, where did it come from?
Dude, listen. We gotta walk slow. Where is voodoo indigenous to? Now tell me that voodoo come from any place except demons. Go ahead and tell me.
Actually, voodoo is actually an Indian word. That word is only Indian word.
I know, son. That's why I said voodoo, bro. And we know that West African voodoo is different than the one in Santo Domingo. And that I know because it's mixed up. I got that. I get it. That's why there's different Laos. That's why there's 1,000 of them and it's different ones. Where is that in any? What I'm telling you is this. When they come here, we see the Laos, we see the crosses, we see them actually writing in West Africa. We see Ensabidi. We see all of those things that you're saying that came from someplace else that's not originally there. I'll let you keep that. Where are those people saying they the Israelites, the Judah, and all that? How come there's not one revolt in Americas where niggas called on Yahweh? We can see niggas calling on Jesus because the Congo niggas was there. And we can see them niggas, nobody called on Yahweh. Where is this? We see niggas calling on Allah. We see niggas calling the law. We see all of that. Nobody calling Yahweh.
But again, that's still a suspect argument. That's not even a good argument.
I was not a good argument. Break it down. I was not good.
Because when you look at the acculturation aspect, the acculturation, the smaller group is going to assimilate to the larger group. But they're going to the larger group will adopt cultural attaches of the smaller group. So that's why you see, like we just talked about the chicken and the sacrifice of the chicken and how people in voodoo actually use the chicken. It's not even indigenous to West Africa. But you carry it, but they carry it, hold on, let me finish. They carry that with them. So now when you see that, you gotta say to yourself, okay. So obviously these people intermix. So it don't necessarily mean, so when you ask it, where is the people calling on Yahweh? They might not call on Yahweh. Because these people will assimilate and accept their God, but they will bring some of their cultural customs with them.
I feel what you're saying. Now let's say that.
It's like saying if we Africans, how come we don't speak African? Wait. Let me just say this. We know we come from Africa, the African Americans over here in Africa, but we don't speak African.
Yo, there's no language called. Hold on, bro.
African dialect, right?
Hold on, you gotta hold on for a minute. I want to finish this with deep, but that's all I gotta do is point out the color, right? So now check it out.
Can y'all add me to the queue somewhere too?
Yeah, we got you. You can go right after me. Check it out, D. Now let's say that we know that the chicken is not indigenous. I said that I will accept every tribe that this brother said is it. That means that they know they are the Israelites. They know they the tribe. So now I'm looking at the general Caribbean, the general history of Caribbean right now. This is what it says. The Rada, the Petro spirits, the Voodoo spirits, or Lao as the Haitians called them, were once divided into several Natron nations. Rada, Petro, Congo, Nago, Igbo, and so on. In most cases, the names clearly indicate their African origins. The pattern is still used in some of the rural parts of Haiti. However, in around Port-au-Prince, Haiti's major urban center, two pantheons, the Rada and the Petro, have emerged, the dominant largely absorbing the nations into themselves. Now it goes to say the Rada spirits, whose names come from the town Alada and ancient Dahomey, are known as Lao Raisin, Blue Owl, or B, or by a more general title, Iwa Guinea, Africa Iwa. The Rada are associated with the right hand with the downward direction and therefore directly with Guinea, Africa, spiritual home for the ancestors. I'm saying this. We have something that science called, or social science called, intangible culture. Intangible culture are the knowledge of your ancestors, practices, the order of the universe, and recreating them things when you go to another place. I'm saying to all of you, out of the people who are not involved in the acculturation, the people who are the best people to look at, who are the Maroons, why don't we see these people claiming that at all? We should see it. If I can see a culture, and I'm gonna let you say, okay, they practice your robot dealing with the chicken, they grow the chicken. So we can see them doing that even though they got it from somebody else and they come here. Where is this community if you guys are saying all of these tribes are Israelites and they knew they were Israelites? Where is it? I can see every tribe. I can see every tribe.
Listen.
But first, but then, Ramon,
You
let
can't
me help.
To identify with modern words. These are modern words. If Hebrew Israelite, these are modern terms. The people you're talking about, all these things, voodoos and stuff, these are ancient terms. The language you use even to practice voodoos, you have to be ancient. Ancient. You can't practice voodoo with any type of tone. It won't work. That's why Haitians and those in Louisiana, they are more connected to Dahomey, to us in West Africa, because their dialect, right? The Creole is mixed with our ancient tongue. That's why it can work, right? So these people can't identify themselves with Israelite. We don't identify ourselves with Israelite. Those are modern terms. We are called by our name. Our name tell us who we are.
Man, which guys we was calling on then? So if we wasn't calling on Yahweh and Jesus, who we was calling on?
Hold on, somebody was no. I think it was Kevin.
What I would say is
for a minute, D.
Go ahead.
I can rock out.
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Whoever's next. Go ahead, D. You can respond. I'm gonna be quiet.
I had. It was me. I had a point too. I had a guy in the rotation too.
This is some information coming from Ghana, right? And this is by Leighton Wilson, right? He's worthy of attention for any study of this region. The reason is because he was a missionary in Ghana area for about 18 years, right? So this is what he records in his book, that there are many obvious traces of Judaism both in northern and southern Ghana. He says further that in northern Ghana, paganism, listen clearly, paganism and Judaism are united. So, you know, this is why, Rob Bourne, you don't hear Israel or Judah being mentioned by any of our ancestors or our family that was brought over here, because they were already entangled with the paganism. But let me continue to read though, brother, because it seems like you don't understand this right here, right? So this is Professor Melville Herkesbach, one of the most distinguished American anthropologists from Northwestern University, writes about the U of Dahomey and Togo. This
That's
tribe
where I'm from.
Right? This tribe pronounced Ava or Aba with long vowels, A, represents one of the two major peoples in this region. He notes that in the life of the Dahomey, Mawu is but another voodoo or Yahweh, the two terms being synonymous. So when these brothers is talking about voodoo, or they claiming voodoo or calling voodoo, or however they use it, it's just another name for Yahweh. So when you ask about where's the Yahweh at, why they not calling on Yahweh when they call on these voodoo gods? This is what they're talking about, brother. This is what he also
let me clear that. Voodoo don't mean Yahweh.
I didn't say it did. I said it's another term for it. It's synonymous.
It's not even another term. Voodoo just means the element.
That's all right. Yeah. This is, I'm a
Prince. All right, Prince. Who's next?
Who's next? But another voodoo or Yahweh, a generic term for great God.
We use Mawu. Mawu mean God. Mawu mean God. And
I just said that, bro. I just read that in the information.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, but I heard you. I'm just saying. I'm from there. I'm just clarifying what you're saying.
Right.
Mawu mean God, and Yahweh is his name. Mawu is just a title, just like when you say God here, is a title that we use, which is Mawu that we use. That's just a title. But Mawu have a name, which is Yahweh. or Yahweh, you may call it, or Jehovah, or Yahweh, however you want to call it, right? But we are called by Maui name, which is we are Ebe. His name is Yahweh. We are called by his.
Right, I feel what you're saying. That when you dealing with that's the best
we didn't have no information from West Africa. I just brought it out, brother.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. Now check it out, right? Melville Herkovitz is not a linguistic. He is an anthropologist, and that science has evolved. So when we look at that, right? You're looking at how to reconstruct the language, right? So that language classification over there, that's me.
Hey, well, show me the source, Rob Bourne, so I can add that to my library.
Just put Niger Congo in there. That's all you gotta do. Just put Niger Congo. Yep. That's a language classification.
So all I gotta do is write Niger Congo, and that's gonna do what for me?
No, you put Niger Congo language classification in, and then you're gonna see all of the languages that fall under. Yeah, you can do that anyway. You do it Google or that,
I'm gonna take the language classification over a person that spent 18 years with these people.
All right, check it out. Listen, right?
No, I'm asking you a simple question.
No. Listen. You gotta calm down. Yo, listen. Number one,
bro,
right?
I'm asking a simple question.
Hold on, bro. I'm answering you, bro. Language is a science.
So you're not gonna answer my simple question.
Yo, bro, I'm answering your question. Let me answer you and stop cutting me off, bro. Language is a science on itself. An anthropologist is not a linguistic. Do you understand that? These languages have classifications, meaning you have to do a method called the historical comparative method.
So
listen, man. Yo, just hold on, bro. Yo, just be still. I'm gonna let you go, bro. I'm gonna let you go. So while that was established, you can see a word. You can see a word that sounds like a word, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that comes from a specific area. You need multiple words. You need to do syntax. You need to do conjugate list. You need to do cognate list. All of these 6 steps that you need to do. And when they did that, that changes those mistakes. So now here's the thing, right? In Diomi, we got I'm gonna call it a African West African god. Right. And her name is Nana Bakulu or Nana Baruku, right? Yeah. When you look at this, that is the system that is there. That creates who? Mao Lisa, right? And Mao Lisa is the sun and the moon. Wherever those people go, bro, in the Americas, we see them with that. You don't have a female as your supreme deity, bro. And when you look at that book that you're looking at, because I have the book, it's called The History of Diomi. So I don't really know what you pulling from, but in that book, he had the actual pictures. He shows you they dealing with the serpent, they dealing with the python, and all that. They showing the procession, the ceremony. That ain't no Israelite nothing.
Didn't nobody say it was Israelite anything.
Moses had a serpent in the wilderness.
So not everything that being practiced.
Sorry. Did Moses play with Did Moses play with snakes in the wilderness? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something here. Did Israelites play with snakes in the wilderness?
Many times.
And they believed on that snake.
No. The snake Dangbi again is another fan that we got. That's a deity to them. You don't have a deity snake, bro.
Yeah, because
you don't have rituals revolving around a snake, man.
Yes, they do. Why did they pray to the snake in the wilderness? And the children
the Most High told them to pray to snakes. They don't do it on their own.
Can I clarify something? Can I clarify something real quick, please?
So they didn't pray to a snake in the wilderness?
Can I clarify something real quick? That was one isolated incident. Now, if you can show me the way they venerated the ark, they carried this ark of the covenant up and down. If you can also show me they carried this bronze serpent everywhere with them wherever they went, and they worshipped it the way they revered the ark, then you have a point. But coming to use one isolated incident as a basis for customs, traditions, rituals, and the norm is a fallacy.
So if you can show me where the Israelites were playing with snakes in the wilderness, and they used it as customs as they did with the Benin people did, then maybe you have a valid point. But using a one-off incident as a norm, nah, he ain't gonna fly.
Exactly.
These are correlations.
I thought the Bible wasn't a credible source.
Not all of it.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say something. We need to have more order in here. You know, people keep talking over people. You go into the audience. I'm not inviting you back. You might get banned from the room. Now, whoever want to talk next, go ahead.
All right, I had a question a while back, man. I was been waiting. So, to everybody who's saying like you said, like then who are the black people in America? What country we come from? Who is our ancestor? And how can we trace them so fast?
Wait, that's your question?
Who are we if we ain't Israelites? We're not Israelites.
They don't know.
Majority of us come from West Africa. Murphy, majority of us come from West Africa and some parts of Central.
And some South.
I'm saying,
Who
but
are we though?
How many
Let me finish my question. See, I've been around this world some, right? When you go around the world, people know where they from, what tribe they from, what nation they from. They know exactly. They don't call themselves black and white. They don't call themselves African American. No, they know who their fathers are. So I'm asking us, I'm asking everybody in here, if we're not Hebrew, who is my father? Where am I from? Who am I?
So there's a specific reason why. Okay, so there's a specific. Wait, Toriel, please. There's a specific reason. Come on, hold on. There's a specific reason why African Americans don't specifically know what tribes they come from. Unlike other places, like in the South Americas or other places that the slaves were dropped off in, America specifically had a hand in completely washing out majority of African Americans' lineage and culture and erasing who they were from. They gave them different names and all of that. That's specifically why we don't know what specific tribe or country we come from in West Africa.
No, so what I'm telling you, that's really said it again.
Well, we don't really. All of us don't really come from West Africa like that. Some of us come from Spain and Portuguese.
So again.
Well, yeah, you'd have those people in the line. I'm saying, but I'm talking for people who weren't. What you mean, those people? Those people are us.
Can I chip in real quick? One thing.
Okay. All I'm saying is, when I go around the world, we the only people who seem to have this complex.
I just told you why.
One second. I want to hear from these brothers too. Other people don't have this complex. I'm telling you. Let me say it like this.
I'm in queue, please.
Black man is the only man who is identified by his color rather than his geographical origins. And I'm telling you that's a statement from experience and travel. So who are we? I don't want to hear African American bloodlines, but we know the history. Who are we?
They don't know. They want to take the Israelite from us.
All right, check it out. Hey, I'm gonna give you a perfect example.
Hold on, Ramon. If we don't know who we are, how can we say who we're not? If you don't know who I am, how you gonna tell me who I'm not? Come on, man. Don't even.
All right, check it out.
Wait, you're conflating two different arguments. Hold on, Murphy, please. You're conflating two different arguments. Wait, give me 1 second.
Soul, I want to hear from these brothers. I want to hear from the brothers on this topic.
Yeah, well, you're talking to me, and I answered your question.
Yeah, no female suppression in here. I know how y'all like.
You talking to me, so.
I'm asking the brothers though.
No, but you asked the panel. I answered your question. You don't want to accept it. That's not my problem.
Sister, he actually asked everybody in the room.
I know, and I answered.
But your answer ain't the definitive answer, sis. He wants to hear other people.
Right, I was trying to have a conversation, but I'm gonna let Jalen go out.
All right, I'll give it because us as black men deal with this problem a lot. You ask where we're from. That is a very vast question. Knowing that a lot of us come from the translated slave trade. If you basically just look at the translated slave trade, it's hard to tell where a lot of us come from because the translated slave trade, you come from West, Central, South, and East Africa. Now, when you do this, you will have to go into science and go into DNA, and those DNA tests will go into detail and tell you where you are from as an individual. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, well, some people do these DNA testing on animals, and then they say the animals are from these areas also. well, yeah, these people aren't stupid. They can tell the difference between a human and an animal DNA. Now, that doesn't mean to run to the Bible and go to this Hebrew Israelism bullshit that can't be proved throughout history, in which that's being proved here right now. So the main thing is go through the African culture, go through the books, the ledgers of slave ships, and go through the slave ship companies, which people such as Rawborn, Brother Kale, and all them.
Why haven't you done it?
Hold on, wait. First off, don't assume because I have. Now I'm not done talking. Anyway, us as individuals, as black men, we deal with this problem because it's an identity crisis, it's an identity problem, and also a self-hatred thing. Now, addressing Brother Yah, who assume I didn't have, who assume I haven't done it, I have done it. I come from Nigeria, the Yoruba tribe. Now, anything
I got papers that say we got names by Yah, like more than 100 people literally named Yah, women and men. But we don't know who we are. We don't know who we are.
They all of the people with
we don't know who we are, though.
Right? All of them with the 70 on, bro.
Right?
Harder.
It was just voodoo people. It was just the voodoo. It was just the voodoo people that understood this, right?
I just want to reiterate the point I made earlier. Okay, let's not conflate Hebrew for the Israelites. We could be Hebrews potentially, but Hebrew Israelite is a different thing altogether. Because someone mentioned earlier, how do I know I'm not a Hebrew and all of that? You could be a Hebrew, no one is disputing that. But are you a Hebrew Israelite? Like I mentioned, Eva had other children that possibly migrated elsewhere around the world. So yes, you could be a Hebrew, but are you a Hebrew Israelite? Did you descend from the 12 tribes? I think that was the question. Yes. Yeah. So let's not conflate the two, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to finish adding on to the brother to your question. I think everybody answered it, and you're looking at other people who live in other places who didn't go through the Ma'af, and they actually speak their own language. We speak English, right? So now, one of the best things to do is to look to see what the black people wrote for themselves. Right. That's the best thing we can do.
So we're born.
Now, when we look at our first organizations from 1780 coming all the way down, from Newport Gardner, William Hamilton, and all of these things, they make these organizations and they tell you what they're fighting for. They telling you they fighting for the liberation of the people, and they name all of their organizations the African Society, the African Church, the African Lodge. These people are way closer to knowing who they are than we ever will be. You even have Martin Delaney, who knows his direct grandfather. And like, yo, this guy's from the Mandinka tribe. This person is Shango. On my mother's side, this person is on Mandinka. He knows that directly because he's closer to what they are. So if we look at what the black people are saying for themselves, they are all talking about the slave trade. They're celebrating the end of the slave trade. There was August 1st was our holiday, and then celebrating the West Indian emancipation in 1833. All of them are not having this problem. So when they all come together and they all decide to say, listen, we got to fight and stay together so that we can free ourselves and build institutions, this is not an argument. The way that it becomes an argument with this identity thing is when this American colonization society comes into play. And we decided to stop naming our institution African because we didn't want to be a part of that. However, we still did our culture. You see it in the revolts. You see it, how they set up their institutions and everything. So why not use that approach? And for me, this is my thing. I want Brother D to add on about this. I say the origin of the Hebrew Israelites in America, as far as being taught that we are the 12 tribes, I say that comes from William Soundy Crowder. Then you'll have Frank Cherry going on the line. Those dudes were Pan-Africanists, Freemasonists. I don't care what they made up. I don't care because I know what they did. They built free black communities and they used the book to defeat the white man. And they said, no, this book doesn't say that we slaves. No, nigga, we black. We the real ones. You fake. This is what they said.
The real ones.
I
they were saying the real
anything
ones.
Else, when you try to put it in the ancient thing coming down, I can't see it that way. But
didn't Dr. Ben say we the real Jews, man?
Dr. Ben in his book, We Are the Jews, he said Jew is not a race or it's a culture, meaning anyone could be a Jew.
Nah. But what I'm saying is, he said we the real ones.
Do you want me to pull a page?
No. My gripe ain't with that. My gripe is what you said, the brother who you was quoting earlier before they said, we the real ones. The real ones, what?
I said that William Sounders Crowley is the founder of We the 12 Tribes in America. He said we the real ones. How he gets it.
But the real what, though? The real what?
You heard what I said, bro. He said we the 12 tribes of Israelites, and he learned it.
Okay.
I
got a quote for him real quick. I can read it.
I just want to say this right quick.
He said.
Let him finish.
Hold on, let me just tell you how he got his information, bro. Hold on. He said he was hearing voices, and he had a nightmare, and in these dreams we told that we are the 12 tribes. That's how he found it. He didn't come here with that. He did the same thing that they did in Ghana with the Seafwa tribe. And that's in the south. That's how that tribe gets there. The same thing. The same thing, bro. And if we really get deep into it and we look at it, yo, people use this shit to fight white supremacy, bro.
Yo,
and
listen.
The problem now comes into play. The problem comes into play when you try to say this is this and not looking at how these things get into these different places. Were there Jews? Because this is what they're called. Were there Jews in West Africa? Yes. Were there African Jews in West Africa? Yes. How do we know? We know because of the culture. We know because they're manifesting it. If I look in Suriname right now, and even back then, in the records, I can show you the black Jews. I can show you them with Sankofa birds on the goddamn fucking tombstone. Why do we know that? Because their slave masters were Jews. And they was with their children, and they manumitted these people if they came into the fold. That's how they did. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, they started this
bloodline people from a book.
They started this conversation
on the real ones.
But Ramon,
we the real ones, like you said.
Hold on 1 second. What Ramon has ignored is the fact that some of us was taken from Spain and Portuguese. But looking at it today, you would never know that. Historical writings clearly. Hold on, don't cut me off.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Don't cut me off, G, because let the truth come out. Some Negroes, some Negroes was taken from Spain and Portuguese, and then placed on both sides of the Delta Niger in Africa, and taken from Africa into America. That's what historical writings say, right?
Yeah, but we know who those people
America
are, bro.
Today, hold on 1 second, bro. Looking into America today, nobody would ever think the Negroes came from Spain and Portugal.
I think
because we don't have any culture.
No.
Wait, hold on.
The historical record, I'm gonna agree with you, bro. The historical record says
but you're missing my point, though. Yeah, but I hit that place first to show you that as you talk about all this culture, we don't have no culture here as African Americans being Spanish Negroes. Like,
hold on. Yes, we do.
Hold on, wait.
Wait, fam. Hold on.
Finish? Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I'm gonna let you finish.
No, go ahead, man. I'm
gonna say this to you, right?
Hey, Roll Boy, let me jump in after you respond to him, man.
I'm gonna get this and then I'm gonna be quiet. Like, check it out, right? So we know that the Portuguese first go into West Africa, like 1415 when they do this. We know that. We know that they take Africans from there. We know before we go to anywhere, America or anything, we're in Portugal, Spain, and Aragon. We know what they're doing here. But hold on, let me finish, bro. Hold on, wait. Bro, this is before, hold on, bro. This is before the expulsion of the Jews, bro. This happens around 1440. This is when we get there. We know what they're doing because they describe it. We see their organization. They build confraternities. The Lady of Our Rods, the Lady of Our Rods. That's 1500. We know that the first people that come to America come from that area. And guess what? We know what they called them because the first revolt in Espanola in 1522, they tell you their names of the people. They said the Wall-off niggas. We got the primary. So now. Hold on. I'm gonna stop right now. The number of those people being there, because that was the head of the trade, was 10,000 people, bro.
Oh, 1 second.
10,000 people.
Those Jews, wait. Those Jews that they kicked out of Spain and Portuguese, according to historical, those black Negroes that they kicked out of Spain and Portuguese was Jews. Wait. Hold on.
No, let them finish.
We know that they were black. They called them Negroes. The first place you get to this word Negro is going to be in Spain and Portuguese. Facts.
I mean, bro, listen. It's like
man, every time I say something, y'all don't want this truth.
No, you can get the truth out.
I'll digress.
Bro, listen,
I'll digress. I'm
gonna agree with you, bro. But it's like you skipped the timeline. You went to the 1490s. Yes, those people did go to West Africa, and we know what they called.
Yeah, but I was making a point, though, brother. I was making a point. You cut me off on my point, though. No, you listen.
No, let me just get this one. Let me just get the point out. They're called Buso Africans, bro. They called Lancados, bro. We know who they are, son. They married into the African tribe. That's why they're African.
All right, I'm gonna digress,
bro.
man. You don't want. I can't get it out anyway. So.
Hey, let me chime in. Let me chime in real quick, man. I just wanted to bring this out because one of the sisters had asserted that the book "The Black Jews of Africa" by Edith Bruder is talking about converts, and specifically in this book, it tells you about the pre-exilic Hebrew Israelites, and they can tell by their cultural practices, and they differentiate them based upon Talmudic practices. So this is some information that she brings out in this book. And we break this book down in depth on the source. And one of the direct quotes.
I got that book, Jeremiah. Where in that book is she talking about pre-exilic? What chapter are you talking about?
I can give it to you. I just wanted to read from page 74 in the book, and page 74 where she quoted Dr. Ben, right? And you said that Dr. Ben said that it's just a religion, but this is a direct quote from his book, from what she wrote in her book. It says, Yosef ben Yakinin, a longtime activist in Harlem, Nationalist Associated claimed to be the Ethiopian Jews' origin. In his book, We Are the Black Jews, Witness to the Jewish Race and the Myth of 1993, vehemently asserted that the white Jews are historically imposters, and that the cultural legacy that they claim belong exclusively to Black Africans. So what Dr. Ben...
The conclusion of that chapter is what, bro? What's the conclusion to the chapter? Don't do that, because that's how she writes that book. She writes the book by putting the claim. She writes the book by saying she'll talk about Derek Lang, right? And then she'll be like, we need to do more investigation. She'll talk about what you just talked about, and then the conclusion of that, she was like, nah, we not 100 on that. She's quoting what the dude said. So now every chapter in that book, she talks about the people how they Jews in Ghana, the people how they Jews in Mali, the people that's in South Africa, and Limbo. Every chapter goes through all of that. And at the conclusion of the chapter, bro, she's telling you, son, that them niggas is converts, son.
No, she's not. No, she's not, bro. No, she's not. Let me get 20 seconds. I just want to say this real quick. 20 seconds, and I'm gonna give it to you, Nelly.
That's not right, yeah.
20 seconds, and I'm gonna give it to you, Nelly. All I want to say is that, via Roborn's own words, Roborn's own words, the initial question in this room that was asked was, where is the Hebrew Israelites in Western Africa? And Rob Bourne came out. I know you didn't. But that was what was asked initially before everybody started jumping in here, right? And so via Rob Bourne's own words, he made it. He could attest to that. And because they asked about the cultural practices in West Africa, and the brother just asserted that.
America.
No, don't try to switch it up, bro. You said West Africa, bro. Don't try to switch it up, bro.
I apologize, Jeremiah. I didn't know.
Hold on. I remember the question. Wait. I remember the question that was asked. The question that was no.
Bro, ain't nobody lied, bro. That's what you did, and it's recorded, bro.
Yo, who muted me? I know the question. Wait. The question that was initially asked was, where was the Hebrew Israelite culture in? If they did say West Africa and in America.
Thank you. Thank you. So don't say I'm lying, bro. Don't call me a liar because that's what was asked, bro.
Please, can I speak real quick? Okay, I won't take long. So I don't know if I overheard or I misinterpreted what one said, but if some people are hinging the legitimacy of certain West Africans on someone's dreams and visions that he thought we are, or he heard the dreams and visions that we descended from the 12 tribes, then I'm just saying, anyone, I could also have a dream and vision that will prove otherwise. Muhammad also had dreams and visions that led to Islam today. So I'm just saying, if that is the basis of legitimacy, then we might as well accept Islam too as a one true religion. If that, I'm just saying, because let's not just remove room for double standards. Okay, that's all.
Okay, please, I want you would allow me to finish my point. I was trying to reborn or whatever. What I was saying was, when we look at Spain and Portuguese, okay, when we talk about the African American Negro, they tell us we just come from Africa. But when we look at historical writings, we see that the first Negroes came from Spain and Portuguese. And what we see that was in Spain and Portuguese from these Negroes, they were Hebrew Israelites. That's what we see. So now, according to the questions that we're asking, why don't we see the Hebrew culture in America? Well, I don't know, but we do know that the Hebrew Israelites came from Spain and Portuguese into America, the first ones, because the first place you see the word Negro, which means black, comes from Spain and Portuguese. So, talking about, sorry, brother. Okay,
let him finish, bro. You'll learn this. Let him finish, man.
Okay, so my platform, so I can say what I want. Okay. What is it that you're asking me, brother?
I just wanted to ask a quick question. What makes you understand the black Negroes were Hebrew if they came from Angola?
No. That's you. I don't think you paid any attention. I don't know if you heard what I just said to you. I was saying that through historical writing.
I just want to clear that up. That's all. I just want to know. You said that the people from Portugal, Spain that came to America are black Portuguese that are Hebrew. Is that what you said?
What we see through Terry, hear me well. What we see through historical writings, Terry, is that this word Negro, it first started in Spain and in Portuguese, right?
Yeah.
And it means black. And what we see that word tied to are Hebrew Israelites through historical writings.
Okay.
And what we see through the Spanish Inquisition and the Alhambra Edict is that they expelled black Hebrew Israelites and they took their children. Okay, they took their children from them and put them in chains and placed them on the island of St. Thomas and on both sides of the Delta Niger, according to what the scripture said that was going to happen. But my point, once again, I'll give it to you in just a second, if you want me to, if you like, I'll bang it out. But I want Terry to hear, and I want Robon to hear, that we, as he went to call out all of the Negroes that came at a certain time, he's telling me that I'm starting too late. I'm starting at the wrong period. So he goes to a period before my period, and he calls out these groups, and he names out this number. But where is the number of Hebrew Israelites in there? We don't see that there. But when we go back to the writings, we know that Hebrew Israelites should be there, but we don't see it.
Right. So you know what? We do see it, right? I'm gonna tell you why we do see it, right?
Hey, Rob Bourne, real quick, man. That what you asked me for. No, I am gonna let him. I'm telling he asked me for something. I'm just giving it to him real quick.
Okay.
That you're the pre-exilic. That's page 21 in chapter 2, bro. And it talks about the pre-exilic.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that's the chapter she talks about Derek laying at the bottom of the page, yeah? On the bottom of the page, it talks about Derek Lane, yeah?
Not on this particular page, but it does. She does cover him. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, she comes. It's somewhere around there, and then she said that he's for investigation. Right. But yeah, so I get it. I read the book back and forth, bro. I know that fucking book back with the forth. But yo, to the brother, right? Check it out. We know who the Jews are. They never called them Hebrew Israelites, so we can just scratch that. In the records, they're called Jews, right? And then you have the Sephardi. We know where they went. So it tells you where they went. You see their families, their names, and what they're doing when they come to America. Where is the place that they go when they come to America, man? They go to Amsterdam. So if these are the people, no, hold on, wait, no. We gonna walk through the records like you said. So if we look at these people that's in Jamaica, right? These Jews that are there, they get kicked out, they go to Brazil. We see them in Suriname. Listen, hold on. These are the hold on, bro. This is the record of the people who get kicked out, bro. These are the people
from the transatlantic slave trade.
Nah, son, like these people ain't in no transatlantic slave trade. This is what the records. Yo, hold on. Wait. I'ma walk with me, bro. Walk with me. We talking about the expulsion of these people, bro.
I'm talking about the Negroes they kicked out of Spain.
They not called Negroes. There is no.
That's not true. I got historical writings showing you.
Look. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 minute, bro. So right now I'm reading the Souls of Judaism. This is what it says here. The first modern-day Black African or Negro to undergo a formal conversion to Judaism was discovered in the record of the Inquisition of 1474. According to the record, Antonio de Castro Arana from the house of Estudia underwent a circumcision at the hands of some Jews from the city of Malassa. During the 16th century, a rather large contingency of African descent Jews, both converted African and Euro-African, were incorporated into the Jewish community of Amsterdam. Where is Amsterdam? This is what I told you without even opening this book. We know what they're doing. We know where they're going. So when they leave this place and they get the trade to go to Suriname, I'm about to be done. I'm about to be done, bro. I'm about to be done.
I like to be
Yo, hold on, bro. I'm about to be done. These people that go to Suriname, if you want to call yourself these people got African slaves. They got slave plantations with 9,000 people on them in Suriname. If that's who your people is and you want to claim them, go ahead. But that's what the records say. They don't call them Hebrew Israelites. They call them Jews, bro. And we know everywhere they went.
Okay.
They wasn't lost. Okay. We know exactly where they went.
Okay, well, remember we're talking about the Spanish Inquisition. And we're saying that the Spanish Inquisition, they cast out the Negroes.
I need a source for that, bro. Okay. You gotta give me a source that says that. Okay, give me a source that says.
We got John Ogilvie. John Ogilvie is one of them.
The one that went to Morocco.
I'm saying John Ogilvie.
I know you're not talking about John Ogilvie, the one who wrote the accurate description of America. I'm talking about him.
Yeah, I'm talking about him.
How you gonna talk about a person who never left? How you gonna talk about a person who never left anywhere? The nigga never even been to America, bro. He got all them pictures and shit in the book, bro.
John Ogilvie is a well-established person. Just because you don't like him for whatever your reasons
No, this don't got nothing to do with me liking him, son. It's dealing with the truth.
The credibility of his work.
It's about fam. Listen. The nigga never been to America. How is he writing an accurate description?
Anybody can look up John Ogilvie right now. Take a look at him.
But a lot of people never left outside of America, but they think they know what they talking about.
Okay,
that's a fallacy. That's speaking of fallacy.
Honestly,
that was actually a good point because you had a brother on here from Africa telling you whatever, but people in America who've never been to where he's from.
I don't have to be to a place in order to know it's
just said D. Say it again. I couldn't hear you.
Hold on. But see, this the whole point. You got to apply the Aristotelian dictum. If you're gonna adopt Rob Boyd's position by saying that John Ogilvie never been to the Americas, so he don't have the right to or the authority to speak on it, then you gotta have to apply that across the board. Right. Aristotelian dictum means you gotta apply it across the board. So that means people in America don't have no right to be telling people in Africa what they are, who they are, what none of that, because you ain't never been there.
You ain't never been there. I agree with you. I agree with
please.
The Aristotelian dictum is a scholarly term.
Okay, so
you have to either apply it
I agree
across the board, or you got to scratch it all across the board.
I agree with you, D, but nobody over here is gonna say we're writing an accurate description of Africa and we never been there. None of us do that.
But we are.
But listen, though, Raboon. Before you got on here, you had a brother from Africa telling them his story, I guess you could say, and then people tried to tell him he was wrong.
Nah, I wouldn't tell him that. If that's what he said, that's what it is. But who the hell am I to tell you that's not what your family told you?
Nobody even said that. So.
It was. Yeah.
They
did.
Man, y'all gotta cut it out. He addressed Terrell, right? When talking about the E-Way. Somebody, and he was saying the E-Way people basically came out of the ground worshiping Yahweh. But when we look,
that's his truth. So here's the question.
No. This dude right here named Terrell, before the brother from Africa, from the tribe came in, he was saying that. So we look up the E-Way people and they practice in voodoo.
Oh, that's the he got something different.
So I mean, all
the Hebrew Israelite brothers in the room.
He just basically came in and verified everything I was trying to say.
Hold on. So all of the Hebrew Israelite brothers in the room. So let's say we all say that we are all the 12 tribes of Israel.
That's right.
I'm just saying, if we say that, what now?
That's a long story.
I don't believe that, but I don't even. But I'm an Israelite.
I can read a few scriptures. You might not like it.
If I may.
Wait, I have it. Hold on, I have it. We have it.
Hey, Santonio, they don't want to hear the Bible in here, man.
Can I say something real quick?
On mic, please.
Somebody make it.
All right, Nelly, after her, go ahead, so.
So like my thing with and I have no problem with him wanting to speak on this personal thing. He can do that. And that's what your personal family told you, you can do that. But then we have to remember that just because you say something happened in your specific family line doesn't necessarily mean that's like someone bringing up like a personal anecdote. Like you can do that, but it's not going to get weighed heavily in the debate. So I'm not going to say that he was necessarily wrong, but when we started asking him for sources and all that, we were showing him other things, and I think that's not necessarily true. Just because that's your line doesn't mean that's the truth. Just because you claim something that doesn't mean it's true. How many times have we now? I don't know what y'all subscribe to, but how many times have we seen where these Israelites will claim these natives are Israelites, and the natives who I've spoken to myself will tell you no, they're not, and then y'all want to try to talk about their history.
That's right.
How are we gonna do that?
That's right.
But we know, but on the other end, we have natives that attest to them being Israelites. And we have eyewitness accounts.
Nelly wanted to speak.
Don't try to rebut that. I'm only making a point of logic. You want to say we tried to tell him that he wasn't this, which, like I said, he brought up a personal anecdotal, but okay. But how you, like I said, I'm pointing out the hypocrisy where a lot of these people who claim that these natives are Israelites, and a lot of these natives, who I said I've also spoken to a person, will tell you they not, and you're going to try to tell them they don't know their history. I've seen it been done. I'm only pointing out the logic here.
Yeah, but we have personal testimonies that they do.
She's just pointing out logic, yo. She's not trying to debate.
Yeah, just writing off what Soap said. Someone told me, my tribe is a Hebraic tribe. I've done my research, I'm still doing my research, and I still can't connect the dots, really. Now, to the other point I'm trying to make, so they are the Israelites, right? And they are the Jews. The Jews are the subset of the Israelites, okay? The Jews refers to the southern kingdom. I think, is it Judah and which other tribe? Someone remind me, please. Judah and Benjamin. So I'm just saying, I'm just trying to clarify. If people are referring to, is it the Spanish Inquisition and all of that, to, refer to that as, maybe these are Hebrew Israelites or not, then you might be making a mistake of, taking a part to be the whole, because there were other 10 tribes. Well, till this day, we don't even know where their final destination is. I think they're the lost 10 tribes. So I think that's the thing that's also conflating the issue here. So I'm just saying, using the Jews as a basis to know who a Hebrew Israelite is or not might not really hit the nail on the head, because you're just taking a part to be the whole. How about the lost 10 tribes?
Hey, 30-second commercial break real quick, family. For everybody that just came on, man, I've been recording for 3 hours and 19 minutes. If you all want to go back and see this, you can go to the Source Debate League on YouTube. It's also airing on Facebook right now at the Source Debate League on Facebook. And it's been a great conversation, man. I appreciate building with y'all, man.
Oh, I want to see it.
Yo, we didn't give you permission to record.
Bro, I've been recording, bro. Bro, I got permission.
No, he told us at the beginning. He told us at the beginning.
Yo, someone send me that link if they find it. I want to see it.
I got you.
I'll have people watch it.
So I got.
I know my voice sounds fine as hell, man.
Thank y'all for coming on. If anyone's leaving, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get my
Hey, D still in here? Hey, D, that was a great point, bro. Whatever that word was you used is pretty smooth, man. Honestly, bro. Just a lot of people never even been outside their city, bro. But it's like, I promise, man, we got more information in a little bit, and it's like we getting most people getting all of it off the computer.
But and this one, I say that because I've been to West Africa, right? Like my homeboy Jude, like I wouldn't even fuck with the Israelite. I wouldn't even fuck with the Israelite shit until I went over there, deal with his people. They told me they oral history, where they come from. I didn't even know nothing about. I mean, I was researching history since I was about 13. And yeah.
D, you gotta be very, very careful because of a personal agenda. Most traditionals would say they come from the East, yeah, and that is a problem. And that.
But you got it again. See, that's what I'm saying. I went over there.
I've lived there
with these people. I mean, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but you're not even letting me finish. You don't even know what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm talking about. Like, the first thing in research methodology is take away your own bias. And if you can't take away your own bias, that's going to lead you down to that's a flawed logic leads to a flawed methodology. This leads to a flawed conclusion. If you can't check your own bias at the door, and this is what I spend more time in this room listening than speaking. Why? Because all I see is people basically not even want to let people get out information that's contradicts what they subscribe to. This is on both sides. You see what I'm saying? And so the minute somebody starts saying something that you don't agree with, people can't even exercise enough discipline to shut the hell up and let people finish what they're saying. It's called discipline for a reason.
Oh, go on, indeed.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, when I went over there and I talked to these people, and I sat there and I listened to them, and I talked to them. They gave me an oral history that, as a person who was already researching history, that I never found. This is pre-internet that shit. So I'm like, okay, well, when I come back, let me research what they're talking about.
Okay.
When I researched what they were talking about, it lined up, and I'm like, okay. So then when I went back over there, I'm like, okay, well, how did y'all find this out? Tell me the truth. Some white motherfucker gave you this, right? Tell me the tip. You know, they're like, no, man, they don't wear no yarmulkes. They're not walking around with Star Davids. They don't subscribe to none of that. They're using cowrie shells. They're using glass beads. They greet you with a cola nut. None of this stuff is what you would consider Jewish.
Pre-exilic.
The Jew thing, that goes out the window.
Of course.
Because it has nothing to do with that. So now I'm saying, I'm trying to figure out, where did they get this from? You know what I'm saying? So this is why when people, and they consider themselves Igbo, this is why I say you have got to go there, learn the culture. So just because you come to America, you see, well, they say Igbo. Where you never say they're Jew, but they still say they're Igbo. Mm-hmm. But they say that they're Igbo Israelites. But they say that they're Igbo. Mm-hmm. So when you ask these questions and you haven't been there, you don't understand the culture. It's just a question. You're asking a question out of ignorance, and you're not asking a question to understand. So it's like I went over there trying to understand these people, not trying to tell these people who they are based upon my research. I want to know who you say you are. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, well, if these type of people are over there in West Africa on the slave trade, guess what? You can in West Africa. If a person tells me that he wants to practice voodoo. You know what I'm saying? He want to subscribe to the religion of the people of the home. I'm not gonna say, well, shit, your DNA say that you Well, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna use DNA. That's a bad argument. If you want to say that, I'm not gonna say that you can't, because I know that you came from the slave trade just like I did. If you want to subscribe to IFA, I'm not gonna say that you can't, because you came to the slave trade like I did. But anything that was over in West Africa, if any one of us want to subscribe to it, I'm not gonna say that you can't do it. You see what I'm saying? Because it was there. And so that's the issue that I think people are having an issue with. It was there. So anything that was over there in West Africa that anybody wants to subscribe to, we can do that because it was there. And it's just that simple. And that's the part that we can't get over, that it was there.
Can I ask how
That's
you were doing your, like, how are you doing your research? Like, what are your sources, I guess? Like, what were you using to do research with?
I mean, what I was doing, I was actually going to the library because this is free internet.
Hey,
so I was looking for peer-reviewed articles, books, anything that I could find in the library.
Yeah, gotcha. Like one thing you understand, like for instance, Nigeria and the Yoruba people, you go to a place where they call Ibadan, it's the Oil Kingdom. The Oil Kingdom have archives. So people are forgetting that writing has always been in Africa in the 1200s and the 1100s. There are documents and records of information. And when you understand the forms of the kingdom and you look much more deep in depth into the situation, you understand that even there's a lot of stuff that contradicts anything to do with connecting with any forms of Hebrew. So, for instance, as I said, is that you can even the word the devil. There's no such word as the devil in Nigeria with the Yoruba people. So you will understand that, and if you go to the archives, you will see the same format.
Yeah, but even when you talk about the 1200s, though, hold on. But when we're talking about the archives, you're talking about the 1200s. You was talking about the Islamic period. So again, when you use that, you got to look at the timeline of what you're talking about. It's the Islamic period. And during the Islamic period, they're still finding books from the libraries of Timbuktu and all through West Africa that say something totally different. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, there is documents. They have documents. I'm just using the 12th century as an example. There are documents and explanations. There is certain things that are in kingdoms that they don't reveal. Yeah, because of the kingdom's policy.
So one thing I wanted to touch on, right? I had noticed earlier that it was a very horrible correlation fallacy when Prince was here. He brought up how Dan, the tribe of Dan, whatever, would do things with the snakes in West Africa. But we can say, I mean, we can pull out all day and say, oh, they got this with you, they got this with you. We some of their names have Yah in it, but yeah, if you see Niger, Congo names, a lot of those names don't have Semitic root, Asiatic Semitic root to be exact, and they come from the Niger Congo Delta area. Now, and also, since they want to say these people follow Judaic customs, and also at the same time practice paganism, well, I can also point out and say, well, these people do ancestral work. They deal with multiple deities and gods. So we must we must realize that, okay, they superioritize the paganism more than Judaism. So we see which one they take more serious and which one resonates with them more. Because if you knew certain ways, or not certain ways, how certain deities of Western Africa only deal with certain people of certain families and certain bloodlines, then we can make the assumption and put together that there's no possible way these people can be of something else, but these deities only deal with these certain people and they're from this tribe and this specific family.
Can I add on to that real quick?
Go ahead.
So I'm not gonna try to speak too much on the language stuff because I'm not the most versed in that. My only understanding of language, because again, my too much, is certain words can be seen across many languages that seem similar or even in the same language, which do not have the same root whatsoever. So I'm just going to give an example. When you see in the word English, I think it's when you see the word, I think it's male and female, people often think that those have the same like words when they're in the same Latin origin, but they don't actually come from the same root. The other thing I wanted to point out was, now again, I'm not the biggest on date at the moment, because again, I'm still looking into history. When you see a lot of people starting to see, like, at least in my understanding, especially in America, when they started praising certain things that were in the Bible, this was more so after it was brought to them. A lot of people don't remember that a lot of different religions had synchronized certain things in theirs to assimilate towards them. That's the only thing I wanted to point out. I think we're also forgetting that as well. I'm not going to say they never practiced it. I'm going to, from my understanding, this was not what they originally used. But again, from what people have said, again, I can look more into it, but that's just my also understanding of history and how certain practices got to other groups.
Hey, let me say this real quick in response to that, right? We know that Christianity has a lot of missionary work. We know that there's a lot of missionary work that comes with Islam as well. But Judaism, even today, especially going back in antiquity, but even today, they don't have missionary work. The Jews are not out here trying to convert people into Judaism. The first thing people want to say is, well, we see something wrong, sister?
No, go ahead. It's cool.
We don't see these people going out of their way to convert people into Judaism even today. Okay? That is not a practice in ancient times. It is not a practice today. So you see people in Africa with quote unquote Judaism practices. We know that based upon whether or not it's Talmudic practices, and you can see that in their culture. You know, whether they're wearing yarmulkes or different headdress, and it addresses this in this book, right? So, like the brother was saying about these pre-exilic practices versus Talmudic practices, these things can be identified based upon the cultural expression of the people in question. So it's not confusing when it comes to it if you actually look at the culture. I yield.
Yeah, so and for me, I think that's the best description, the culture. So now that's what we got to get down to it. What you talking about? So like, if we look at circumcision, man, what days they do it, and look at rituals and stuff like that. That been going on in Africa. I mean, so like, you're gonna look at any religion, and you're gonna see a similarity throughout all of humanity. You're gonna see specific rituals going around birth. You're gonna see rituals going around naming. You're gonna see rituals going around menstrual cycles. You're gonna see rituals going around puberty. You're gonna see rituals going around the food that is indigenous to whatever place it is that sustains the people. You're gonna see water. You're gonna see sun. You're gonna see that. Why? Because people are looking at nature, bro.
Hey, Robo,
So, like,
you do
that's
know that
kinda,
there's
like,
different
hard to do
circumcisions,
that.
right?
So when you dealing with something specific as like the Israelite or who these people are, how we know who they is because they're calling their ancestors. They're remembering the Exodus. They're performing the Passover. They're doing those things, and this is the way how you can see culturally this is who they are.
Hey, Robo,
like those specific things kind of don't leave.
Hey, you know that there's different circumcisions, right? Different types, different times of age that they do circumcision, of different ways that they perform.
Yeah, and that's all. Yeah, and that's all across Africa. Circumcision comes from there. The first time you see it is on Egypt on the wall before the Bible was in existence.
Yeah, but they were doing that to grown men, though.
Yeah, and like in Igbo land, in the places they at, they circumcise women. And in Igbo land, when y'all want to talk about when y'all talk about Igbo, the Neri priests who you saying come from Neri, they do scarification, and it's called Ichi. And one represents the sun, and one represents the moon. Yeah. Like, so
that's medical. That's medically because we get taught that about how they did women's circumcision and how it took the pleasure from the women.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, but that's their shit. That's what they were doing.
But see, what about like historical sources like Josephus, when he said that the Egyptians was rather rabid before Abraham went over there?
I'm not. Listen, bro. I'm looking at the Egyptian records and what they say themselves because it predates the Bible. I'm not.
No, I ain't saying no. I ain't got this. Ain't the Bible.
I'm not using the Bible to validate.
This wasn't the Bible.
Yeah, Josephus is quoting these specific things to support the Bible.
That ain't in the Bible. What I'm quoting.
Josephus is a Jew? Yes or no?
Yeah, he a Jew, but
okay then.
So we can't use no sources surrounding the Bible.
No, you can because that's what's called the historical method. That's how we know certain things happen. If I'm writing a history and I'm saying this event happened and 8,000 people died, what we do is we look at the other nations that are writing and see if they talk about it. And then if it's an oral tradition, we see, okay, is it in the last 150 years? This is how we know that there are things in the Bible that are true. You talk about Tahaka. You talk about the
right. So okay.
You talk about. Hold on. Let me finish. You talk about Shinab. You talk about Nabonidus. You talk about a Babylonian exile, even though it's not 100% what y'all say now, because we got the Babylonian tablets, and that's a whole different story now. But it is talking about a real event. So yeah, man, we do that. My whole thing is this. I'm on it like this. I'm on it like this. Like I got a book right here, right now in front of me. It's called Jews and Negro Slavery in the Old South, 1789 to 1865. In this book, he's describing these Jews that are here. They telling you their business. And in this specific book, they say in all the South, there is no Jew, black, Negro Jew, except this guy named Billy Simmons. And all the rest of them are the Jews are this. So I'm like, yo, I'm looking at I just want to know this. And all of the historical records, forget the Bible, forget it for now. And all of the historical records of all of these people who are described as being Jews that are coming all through America and Sudan, building their synagogue, are those the fake ones or are those the Negroes? Who are these people? That's all I want to know because it seems like these dudes ain't lost. They getting that money. And that's something that Jews are known for. They made the usury system. They did all. That's why people hated them. Because they taxing everybody ass. Nigga, if you're not a Jew, we taxing you, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I respect that shit. We need to do that. But at the end of the day, like, who are those people? Are those the fake ones?
Ramon, I sent you some information on your Instagram. Could you check that out for me? And I want to say this one thing. Just 42 years ago, maybe a little over a generation ago, our people were saying they was moving around America saying that they was looking for the promised land. We know the promised land is not in America, it's definitely in Israel.
I mean, I get it. And we call Kansas the promised land. We call that the promised land wherever we went because we Christians, bro. And we looked at the Bible, we used the Bible originally. Look, bro. Originally, like the first black person we have in America that's saying this Gabriel process.
No, Martin Luther King.
Nah, I'm talking about 18th. Oh, bro, I'm talking about Gabriel process.
Yeah, I know. I just want to go back 42. I just want to go back a little bit. Like 42 years ago, Martin Luther King had a dream, and he said in his dream that he might not get to the mountaintop, but he believed that we would get there as a people one day. And the mountaintop is the promised land. And so we know the promised land is not in America. As I said, our people was moving around.
I mean, his speech is talking about the equality of men and all that. That ain't dealing with that.
Yeah, that's a stretch.
Well, that's what he said.
I mean, because look, listen, bro. All through history, we use the Bible. We use the story of the Exodus. We use that because, it was something symbolic.
But
later on, it becomes
Martin Luther King. He said in his speech, "Promise."
Fair. He's a quick. Man, listen, his speech about the dream is about he's telling you what it is from the beginning to the end, bro. If you want to call it mountaintop, and you want to think, son, it's real simple what he was fighting for, bro. He was fighting for the civil rights.
Yeah, and you just keep saying the same thing over and over. Yeah, San Antonio.
Man, I can't even get a straight sentence out. Stop.
No, you're right. You just show them.
Every time I jump in, bro, I'm cut off. Don't come up here lying. Don't come up here lying.
Hey, man, y'all better get off San Antonio, man.
Don't come up here lying.
Get off San Antonio, man.
Talk for 2 minutes straight without somebody cutting me off. Facts.
But you just saying the same thing. We know what Martin King said. Why you keep saying it over and over?
Well, the point I'm trying to make here is, as he's talking about, I sent him some stuff too, and as he's talking about the culture of the Hebrew Israelites being in America, we stated, why do we not see the culture of those Negro Jews that they kicked out of Spain and Portugal and brought into America? Why don't we see that? Because I got a question.
Bro, you be saying the same thing for the past.
I know it, but I won't Ramon because he's making a strong argument. He came back and asked the question again. He just came back and asked the same. I'm responding to the same question he just came back and asked.
Can you answer the question, bro? The question.
My question is, you're saying, where's the history of the Hebrew Israelites in America, right? And I said, we know that through historical writings, we see that Spain and Portuguese kicked out the Negroes that were black.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait a second. Wait, I have a question. San Antonio.
No, hold on.
Go to your instant messenger.
1 minute.
Can I ask a question real quick, Terry?
Hold on. The people that were kicked out of Spain and Portugal, yeah? Tell me how they got to America.
I just told you. See, that's what I'm saying. You say I'm.
Yo, hold on. I want to read what you gave me. Hold on.
You say I'm repeating myself, but somebody.
Tell me. Hold on. Tell me. Let's read. Yo, brother. Let's read.
Somebody really didn't listen. You say I'm repeating myself. I'll repeat myself again. But this time, would you listen before you tell me I'm repeating myself?
Yo, look. Hold on.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, LeBron? Stop lying and saying I'm repeating myself, LeBron.
No, you good, bro.
Hey, come on, man. I want to hear the information.
I love my old lying brother.
Rob Bourne, bring the information out, bro.
I'm talking about LeBron. He's a liar. He came up here and said, I just repeated myself.
Okay, bro, we got you. San Antonio, we got you.
Yeah, don't.
So I have a question, a clarification question for San Antonio. The people that you're referring to that got kicked out of Spain and Portugal, right? It's a yes or no question. Are you referring to the Moors?
No.
Okay.
See, y'all say I've been doing a lot of talking or repeating myself, but somebody's not listening. Let me try it again. I said that during the Spanish Inquisition, they took the children of the Negro Jews. This word Negro, the first place you see it is in Spain and Portuguese. And through historical writings, that word means black. See what I'm saying? I'll digress, man. I don't want to cause no.
Y'all gotta let him finish. I'm gonna be honest. Y'all interrupted him.
I'm done.
Y'all gotta let him finish. Y'all do keep interrupting him a lot.
Hold on. San Antonio, what is the name of the Jews that got kicked out of Spain?
Ibn Yahya.
The Jewish Encyclopedia says it. That's the blood. David ben Ayah, Negro, Judah. I just told you to go to the encyclopedia.
No, I don't have
type
to.
in.
I've got primary.
I'm done, bro. You don't. You just want to argue.
No, he just asked
you to argue with the truth.
San Antonio, real quick, bro. Real quick. He just want to know, like.
I just told him. He said he don't want to hear it.
What is the name?
David ben Yahya. Look that up. The Jewish Encyclopedia. Look it up.
David ben Yahya.
So annoying.
Look it up.
Yo, Rob, go ahead. Yo,
I'm telling you, it's in the Jewish Encyclopedia, and you don't want to.
Yeah, I'm looking at what you gave me. Yo,
okay,
bro.
cool. Rob,
I'm looking at what you gave me, right? And everything you telling me that you gave me, and you said the people who got kicked out of there were Jews, or Negro Jews, your word. Everything you showing me, all Jewish children below 14 years of age were from their parents' arms dragged into church, baptized to the under the 3 years old. We know that. Some of them became conversos, but nowhere does it say that these people are Negro. I'm walking with you.
Before you do that, you should read.
Hold on. Yeah, I did, son. I'm looking at
because
it
if
right
you read
now.
the other source, you see the other source called them Jews, bro.
Relax, San Antonio. We got you, bro.
I'm reading what you gave me. So now you got this thing here about Prince Henry, right? And it says, in his ferocious King John II in 1492, expelled all the Jews by his successors. And it says, to the Iliad of St. Thomas, which has been discovered in 1471 and other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from there, banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews in Loango, who are deprived even by the very Negroes, are defended. What the hell? Black Portuguese is being separated from Jews, bro. Nowhere does
they're
this
being
say
hated
Negro
by their
Jews,
own.
bro.
No. What we see here is these Jews you just read came out of Spain and Portuguese, and they're called Black Negroes. I mean, they're called Black Jews. They're called Black Jews.
No, son, hold on, bro. I'm reading your source. Wait. Your source doesn't
Every
say
time
that.
I say something, bro, you cut me off, man. I don't
Because
want to
your
have this
source doesn't.
conversation.
I'm reading the source word for word.
I'll digress. Y'all go on.
It says, and from there, banished Jews, comma, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and, comma, the Jews in Loango. Where does it say that these Jews are neat? It's making a distinction, bro. Where does any of this say Negro Jews get kicked out?
Brother, I told you that if you look into the Jewish Encyclopedia under David Ben Ibn Yahya, you will see that he is a Negro and he is a Jew.
David Ben Yahya, I'm looking that up right now.
He's a Negro and he's a Jew. Look at his family bloodline. It tells you it went all the way back to it goes all the way back to what I'm saying. Just listen. I'm gonna say this, okay, and then you can take off. It goes all the way back to the time of King David. Oh my! His bloodline. His bloodline. That's what the Jewish Encyclopedia. Hey, that's what the.
I believe you. I know it says it. I get it. I get the tradition, bro. And this goes to my original question I asked you, son. Those Jews, son, we know where they went because they were still doing trade. They still had their markets. We know those Jews are in West Africa, bro. We know the dudes in Guinea. We know they actually helped some of the tribes who didn't want to accept Islam. They helped the Balanta tribe. That's my favorite tribe in West Africa because they didn't accept Christianity or Islam. And those Jews, right? Those Kados, they the ones who gave us the weapons. They still traded. So what I'm asking you is, these people, them people that's there, that's a different set. Then you got the people who go to Jamaica. Then they go to Brazil. Then they go to Suriname. They come to America. Are those people because these are the people who got expelled, bro. This is where they went. And we know what they doing. So I'm asking you, are those the Negroes?
I'm telling you where Spain placed them too. Spain also placed a group of Negroes on both sides of the Delta Niger and then took them into America.
Who told you they were Negroes?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Because where you get the word Negro come from Spain. It don't come from
Hey, man, you got it, bro. You got it.
The first place you see Negro is in Spain. And so when we talk about the Spanish Inquisition, they kicked out Negroes that were called Jews, but they were Black Negroes. Negroes is what they were. It's in the Jewish Encyclopedia. Look at it.
Where did it say that these Negroes were Negroes? Where did it say it?
Did you look in the Jewish Encyclopedia before you asked me that question? I'm asking you, did you look in the Jewish Encyclopedia before you opened up your mouth? Don't tell me to hold on, brother. I didn't ask you. I didn't answer your question 15 times. Did you look in the Jewish Encyclopedia before you open your mouth and ask me your question? You starting to sound ridiculous here.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're trying to say, but you're not answering my question, bro. Those Jews that got kicked out, we know where they went. Are those the Negroes? Yes or no? It's a simple question, man. Yes, no, maybe so.
Bueller.
Hey, I'm in the Jewish encyclopedia looking up Yahya. And
I don't see. I'm sorry. I don't see.
Again, what's
I
the
don't
name
see
again?
nothing about no Negro.
David Ben Yahya.
David Ben Yahya.
Alfonso the First.
David
I'm looking at it right now.
He assumed the name Negro, but he's a Jew. Keep reading.
Yo, San Antonio.
So how do you spell Yahya? Sorry.
Do you have that
Y-A-H-Y-A.
source on deck?
Yeah, all you got to do is type it in like that.
Okay, well, you got the source on deck, right? PTR your source, bro. You know how to do that?
No, I've been sending it to. I sent what I know.
He sent it to me.
He can send it to you guys.
Send me a primary.
No, he did, son. He sent it to me, and I read it to you. It don't say what he's saying, bro.
We done here. We done with him. He body.
Well, what is it not saying that I'm saying?
Like,
didn't you just say, Santonio, that he was alive during King David?
It's making a distinction.
Well, yeah. Well, no, he's lying here. Because what I said was, when Spain kicked out the black Jews of Portuguese, right? The black Jews, because y'all don't believe that Spain kicked out black Jews. But what he read said it was black Jews.
No, it doesn't say that. Where?
Go back and read. Go back and read it. Go back and read it.
Okay, bro.
Go back and read it,
bro. PTR.
Please.
Okay, you know how you put your profile picture up here, take a screenshot and put it as your profile picture, bro. Where it's saying specifically what you saying.
I'm gonna put it there. I'll put it up.
Thank you.
Look at my profile picture.
This dude is forcing some stuff, bro.
No, I'm just, if you guys calling me a liar and I got sources, like.
PTR because
I'm looking at it right now.
My PTR say his parents were Spanish. That's what I'm saying,
Bruh.
I'm
putting it up right now. All y'all can read this. You tell me, do y'all get the same thing he said? I don't know, man. Maybe, and then you know this is an old book, so whenever you see the F,
will you read it
F,
again?
that's why I was reading it slow. So if you see an F, I mean S. I'm putting it there right now. Everybody can see it. I'm doing it right now. This is what you gave me. I want to know if there's a distinction in kanji. Here you go. I got it. I can't really see the shit, man. But yeah, you can see the parts you need to see.
Hold on, Robo.
And I was gonna say.
That's a cut.
What? Come on, guys, stop it.
That's a cut. I'm sorry,
This dude, David Ben Yahya, was born in 1440 and died in 1524.
It says Prince Henry colonies. Okay, this is what I sent. And I don't know, he could do what he want to do to it. But it says Prince Henry's colonies were enlarged, right, by his successors. King John II in 1492 expelled all the Jews to the island of St. Thomas, which had been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from there, banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jew. Okay, you want me to cut me off now, huh? This is the source, okay? And the Jews, right? Negroes is in here too.
Yeah, if y'all
what's here? It's here, but
yeah, if y'all PTR, I PTR the screen, they can see it for themselves, bro. They're making a distinction.
The word Negro was there. You said it wasn't in my. You said it wasn't in my source. You lied again.
No, I told you that it never said the Jewish Negroes got kicked out, like you said. Say that, bro.
Well, let me finish reading.
Let
me finish reading it.
Robo, 1 second. What you're gonna say, what you're gonna think is right, is that the Jews that got kicked out, when they got to Morocco, there was a group that integrated with the people and became mulatto.
That's the Silma Johnson niggas. We ain't going there. We going right where we are right now, bro. That thing that you just gave is talking about. It said Jews, comma, the Black Portuguese, comma, bro. It doesn't say Jewish Negroes. You said it said that. Where is that?
He retracted now.
Okay, what we're saying here, we got black Jews right here, right? Do we agree that these Jews that are kicked out of Spain is black?
No, it doesn't say that. Am I stupid, yo?
I just read that.
It
says from these banished Jews, the black Portuguese. It's in the red.
And it's a comma. Do you know what a
comma is? Bro, they
making
a distinction, bro.
Do you know when you see it when it says Jews, comma? Do you know what that means, bro?
That's what it's adding something else to it. It's adding something else. And from these banished Jews, comma,
yo, I'm out, bro. I gotta go to bed, bro. I can't do it.
We gotta go back to English class. I can't.
All right.
All right, chill out, y'all.
Y'all don't know how to take a comma. Y'all don't know how to.
Well, I mean, a comma don't always mean that. I mean, it's making a distinction grammatically.
There's gonna be some black people there, though. I'm saying we know it's black. We know it's black.
Can someone send me the link to that? Sorry, I don't mean to.
There's no link. There's no link to it. It's just he just got a little clip of the book.
Oh, what? Okay. Well, I can't really see, I can't really read that. Someone send it to me.
Because I got it on my screen.
The Critic Reviews or Annals of Literature, Volume 57. Okay? That's what the name of the book is. All right? And that's what I'm reading from. All right? Talking about King John II in 1492, the Jews he expelled to the island of St. Thomas. Now, you guys ask me for a source. I give you a source. You want me to run away from that source. I got many more of these sources. But if you ain't gonna recognize my source, ain't no need in me giving you no more sources. What's the use of that? You just want to argue. I'm done.
Look for more essay. Give me a primary source.
I mean, in something like this, you're not gonna always have primary sources. You're gonna have more secondary sources than primary sources. I mean, come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. If you understand history, you're not gonna always have primary source. You're not gonna always have a damn cuneiform tablet or a damn, you're not gonna always have that. You're gonna mostly have people telling you about something.
But a journal is a primary source.
I mean, I understand that, but what I'm saying is you're not gonna always have that. You know what I'm saying? And then, if you do have a journal, like the dude Ishmael Diadara and his whole Zakur organization, that's what they're trying to do is organize a whole bunch of primary sources of the writings and literature in West Africa. So I mean, you're gonna have some, but not in every case you're gonna have that. So always asking for a primary, I mean, that's disingenuous. You're not gonna always have it. You know what I mean? So the best we can do with history, we gotta piece it together. You know what I mean? So it's like this is what I'm saying. It's like,
I think you cut off, D. I don't know, bro. I'm just chilling now. It's crazy.
I think throughout this entire convo, there has been no proof of African Americans being Hebrew Israelites. So I think,
man, what are you talking about, man? It's been multiple stuff that
I think we can conclude that,
bro. It's been multiple stuff brought out, bro.
Hold up. It might be Hebrews. That might be Hebrews.
Oh, Israelites. My bad. Israelites.
All right, family. So for everybody watching, yo, Yashar, are you still there?
I'm on deck.
Yo, man, listen. These people, man, damn, bro. Did you hear what that dude just said at the end? Well, as we can see, there has been no proof that. What is this guy talking about? It's been 3 hours and 57 minutes of multiple proofs. But they don't want the proofs, family. Right. I got somebody in the audience talking about, can we bring the Bible out now? We were in a room, family. We were in a room full of non-believers. Okay? And we were dealing with historical sources. And multiple brothers brought out sources. We even had a brother on there that's in Africa right now telling them that their people descend from Israelites. I mean,
What more sources do they want, Yashar?
I mean, they didn't want to dismiss 18 years of a individual living among.
You breaking up, Bach. We can't hear you.
They want to dismiss all type of information coming from a person that lived amongst them for 18 years. Who does that? I mean, this man is literally living with these people, taking documentation and giving us primary.
You breaking up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
No, I'm just saying, man, 18 years, man. I gotta rock with the 18 years, man, over what you talking over some force that he talking about. All the information that was brought up.
Right. So, you know, for everybody watching here at the source, man, you know, we kind of pride ourselves on allowing other brothers to express their views, to come on here and challenge any of the information that we have. We don't have no problem with that, you know, and we're confident on what we stand on. There are many brothers here at the source that have different strong points. And a case can be made collectively for our existence in Africa. That's Eastern Africa, Northern Africa, Central Africa, Western Africa, and Southern Africa. So we can provide these sources. I gave my number at the beginning of this whole discussion. If any of those brothers want to set up debates, but we've been asking for a while now for Rob Bourne, if anybody on his team wanted to take these debates, we're willing to do it. I'm willing to set up a preliminary so we can do it, man. So for everybody watching, man, this, you know, for you believers, man, just, you know, stay confident. You understand? We're going to continue to work on our end, as I know that you're going to continue to work on your end to substantiate who we are. And it's a building block. We're putting one building block upon another. So we appreciate y'all tuning into the source, man. Yo, Yashar, man, we back, man.
We back.
You know what I'm saying? We're going to be rocking and rolling, man. More information, more consistent information on our platform, man. So y'all subscribe to the channel. We're going to keep bringing y'all more information, more powerful discussions. And we all over the place, man, in regards to having these conversations, jumping on different people's platforms, jumping on, you know, in different social media outlets, and not being the dominant or central figure of the conversation, and still be able to stand strong on our information. Any closing thoughts, Yashar, man, on the information, the discussion tonight?
Man, you just with the information that you guys receive and you hear, you know, if you can, go back, play it back, take some notes if you ain't already took them notes, and then just fact check what was said. This is how you establish your learning style, learning skill. You know what I mean? And then you can pass it on to your children. You know what I'm saying? Because now you establishing your own Trueberry, you know what I'm saying, within your house, and that's what we supposed to be doing. Man, I read something that was cold today. You know, my brother be getting on me about these sources, right? I'm looking in I'm looking in the source about the kings, right?
Yeah.
You know what it said for the king that a king had to do?
What's that?
He had to write his own Torah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Not only
by
did he
hand,
have to do that,
by his own hand.
Right. He had to write, matter of fact, he had to write two. He had to write one, you know what I'm saying? and then he had to write another one that dealt with the law that he could carry around. You see what I'm saying? Or if it was if a forefather was before him and he didn't leave a record, he had to write one for him and write one for himself by hand.
Hey man, you know what? You know I'm on the council with Masharai Yashala, Bunya Yashala, and we had some brothers come in there and they suggested that. You know what, man? All the officers should write out the whole Torah. That'd be something that we should do. I'm like, man, that is tedious, bro. You know how long that's gonna take, bro?
Hey,
I ain't even talking about the whole Bible. I'm just talking about the first 5 books. The first 5 books, for you to write that out with your hand, bro, it's gonna take some time. It's very tedious.
I mean, if you're doing it in English or if you're doing it in Hebrew.
Right.
Just saying. It ain't, I mean, man, his work ain't easy, bro. But it is though. You know what I'm saying? Like when you love it, it don't become work. It becomes just what you love to do. You know what I'm saying? It ain't work.
Man, for me, to be honest, I have a lot of work to do, man. I have to become more efficient in the history. I gotta become more astute. And when someone poses a question like that to me, because I got sources, bro. Like I got a library in my house, right? So I got sources and certain things people reject. Like I could have went to the Aluda Equiano. I asked them about that. Oh yeah, we ain't rocking with that. You know why they don't rock with it? Because it goes against their understanding.
I know,
right? So every time you come with a source that goes against their understanding, they say, "Oh, we don't rock with that." Okay, well, what about the Hebrewism in Western Africa? Oh yeah, well, that's been debunked and all that, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, just because you don't rock with it, don't mean that we can't use it.
Absolutely.
But me as I work on my scholarship, I have to become more efficient to be able to deal with that because there's certain components that I can become stronger in. And I'm humbled enough to say that I'm still a student. I'm still learning. I'm still trying to build and become more, more thorough when it comes to the historical merit. And it's one building block upon another, man. I'm getting new books. I'm getting new sources. And look, I'm enjoying the journey, man.
Yeah, as we supposed to. Like, that's what we supposed to do, man. Like it ain't supposed to, like he said, it ain't hard, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't a grievous thing. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
If we gonna live eternity with him, then I mean, how's man, I gotta read, man. Dang. What? So you ain't really into this thing. You ain't really trying to seek his face like a lot of us are. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna say this. I could be doing a whole lot more. I could be doing a whole lot more. And I'm gonna be doing a whole lot more,
man. A whole lot more. Yeah. Even though it's like we own it every day, but it's so much more because not only are we trying to be efficient in the history, we also trying to master the wisdom that comes from the Bible, the prophecies. We're trying to master. We're trying to become more efficient with the discipline, right? We're trying to become more efficient with the humility, and these are things that we have to learn, and we're using the Bible. So we're touching multiple sources every day, right? And it's so much more to history that I can get. Then when we get, because then like, okay, we dealing with all that. Then let's say someone comes and say they have a problem with, they have a certain issue they're trying to overcome. How do I, stop abusing my wife? Or how do I, stop being so aggressive toward my neighbors? And so it's smaller things, which are big things, but it's multiple departments of the Bible that we have to become more efficient in. It's just a daily work. It's a daily work. You know what I'm saying? I got to become better at street teaching and being able to recite scriptures and think of pull from Jeremiah, pull from Isaiah, pull from Obadiah, pull from the multiple sources, go into the book of Kings, go into Samuel's, go into Ruth, you understand, and go into the Gospels, go into Philippians and Corinthians and all of these things that we're trying to become where I can pull it off my brain at a moment's notice. And that takes time, that takes dedication. And you have to then link that in with the history, the culture, the migration patterns, chronography. So it's a lot on our plate, man, but the journey, family, don't underestimate the journey. Because I remember just having one book, the Bible. 25 years old. I was 24. I was 24 years old. I met my biological father for the first time. And the first thing he ever gave me, bro, was a Bible. I still had that Bible too, tucked away somewhere. It's in a million pieces because it got, man, I was on fire starting out. You know how you are when you first starting out, bro. So
that whole thing like a coloring book.
So I didn't have no library, bro. I had one book, and that was the Bible. Second book I got was the Apocrypha. And I was so amped about it. And now being able to recant and pull from the Apocrypha and the mystic conversations and be able to, deal like that, that was powerful. And then just continue to build it up on book after book. And now I have a library, but I'm looking at all I have, 3 or 4 or 5 shelves of books. I still ain't even scratched the surface of the history that I need, and it's a joy for me, man.
And it's even a more joy to even share with y'all, family. For real, for real. Like, what good is it to receive all of this and not be able to share it with y'all? You know what I mean? Because y'all not walking the walk that Jeremiah is walking, that Yeshar is walking, that none of the brothers in the source and the sister in the source is walking. But when each one of us bring out some information, we all can learn from it. I'm talking about y'all. I'm talking about us because, again, the source that Jeremiah got, sometimes I don't be having. He done shot me about 5, 6, 7 different sources. And I use some of them sources in debates.
Right.
So it's like this is the love, man. You know what I mean? This is the joy that we get, you know what I'm saying, by building with each other. You know what I'm saying? Being able to share with each other. You know what I'm saying? Being able to watch each other grow, man, and mature from, you know what I'm saying, one stage to the next.
Right. Check this out, Yashar. Somebody asked a question. They said, should we even be trying to debate people outside the faith or the culture? That's a great question. Man, I want you to go to 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and read verse 19. If you don't have your source, I can read it.
I don't have it on my phone. You can go ahead.
Okay. This is 1 Corinthians chapter 1, starting at verse 19, and it reads, for it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and will bring to nothing the understanding of the prudent. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? That's historical records. Where is the disputer of this world? See that? So we are this is the writing of Paul, and Paul went out into deal with the Greeks and the Romans on information, right? Remember, he was disputing with them in a temple, and he you remember when he exposed to them who the unknown God was, Yashar? So we see Paul making this premise. He says, have not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? Right? And he says, have not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? Verse 21. Well, after that, in the wisdom of God, the world by wisdom knew not God. It pleased God by the foolishness of preaching to save them that believe. So we're doing this, family, to save you that believe. You see that? So should we even try to debate people outside the faith or the culture? Yes. Why? Because everybody that was on that call is a Hebrew Israelite. They just don't know it. We were talking to our people and we were disputing with our people. And it's so much better for us to be doing that than doing any other thing in this world. And we're bringing it to you on the platform so you can see how foolish, as the Bible says, this world is. That makes sense, Yashar?
Man, absolutely. If you go back and you listen to what the sister Soul was saying, she was saying that our Sephardic family, just those that speak Spanish, right?
Mm-hmm.
She was calling them people. I'm like, who? Them people? Them is our people. But see,
right.
there goes the immaturity. I'm not gonna say she's stupid, she dumb. She just immature in that area, on that topic. You know what I'm saying? She just have to study up a little bit more. That's if she chooses to. But a lot of times, we want to block things out. We want to stay, simple-minded and just focus on, the rhetoric. Nah. Get past that. Get past your biasness and check out some things. Because this is how I learned. I ain't want to touch Europe. I ain't want to know nothing about it. I was like, man, get over yourself. Learn. What I have to do, I have to humble down. What I find, man, we was all up in Europe. Mm-hmm. What I find, I ain't want to do Africa. Really? Man, 3 years ago, man, I would have told you something. I would have been real disrespectful. Right. You know what I'm talking about? Now I got a better understanding. I don't have to be disrespectful because wisdom and knowledge and understanding of those two things right there, it allowed me to be humble and understanding. Sometimes I get a little agitated because, people want to just be stubborn. It's just our people. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't to the point where I hate my people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's just, it's just what it is. Like, when you love somebody, you get on their tail. You know what I mean? You don't just let them go. Unless they just, just turn their back on just everything that's the foundation. Then there ain't nothing that you can do. Because it ain't about tearing up the foundation to try and, bring somebody in that don't want to be there. But at the same time, if you got brothers and sisters that's asking questions, even though it's challenging, it's in a debate fashion, we gotta have an answer. Whether it's straight talk like we talking now, or debate form, or sometimes argument. But we gotta have an answer.
Right. And so that's what we're working towards every day, man. So I'm sure some of the brothers and sisters that was in the room, we're gonna come back and listen to this video, man. We want to encourage you as well to continue doing your research. And as Brother D. Red said some powerful words to them, man, about looking at the information without bias. If you can manage to do that, you'll be able to see certain things a little bit more clearer and examine the information honestly. You understand? But with that being said, man, 4 hours, 18 minutes, I think we did a good job.
Absolutely. All praise to the Most High.
All praise and glory, man. We appreciate you all tuning in with us, man. People are still on here. We appreciate the love sincerely, man. The source, we back. We're going to continue to do this work for you, man. Most High will. We look to get with you all soon. With that, man, I didn't open up with no music, but let me close out with that thing. You know what I'm saying? With that thing. Where is it at? Here we go.
Who's coming with me? It's the short side. We the source now. Taking over the game, put it on padlock. With a better roster, sick as a plate of lobster. Let them niggas hate, but revenge will never stop us. It's the short side. We the source now. Taking over the game, put it on padlock. With a better roster, sick as a plate of lobster. Let them niggas hate, but revenge will never stop us. Kill the cancer, you can call me a sick assassin. Cut the chains, you can call me LeBron James. Make a decision, but you never had me in derision. Changing the vision, but mark them that cause division. For real? Never in submission like I need permission. Nah. Nigga steady telling lies like a politician. Nigga need to cool it down, but we the new edition. Yes. Yeah, the name is the source. Check the reinvention. For real? You think we not prepared for the fallout?